Chapter 466. When Yi Yuan's words were heard, not just Lin Chao, all of the Purple Mansion sect's disciples were overwhelmed with indignation. When Yi Yuan's words were heard, not just Lin Chao, all of the Purple Mansion sect's disciples were overwhelmed with indignation. They felt that this was Yi Yuan insulting His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. How could a puny little tranquil cloud sect disciple make the high and mighty Wind Emperor kneel down? Lin Chao's expression became very ugly, and he said with a cold grunt, "Yi Yuan, you're challenging my baseline. Looks like if I don't show you some colors, you'll forever not know pain. Come men, bring Ling Patian up here for me and kill him." The Purple Mansion sect's sect master seemed to not have the intention of talking and left everything here to Lin Chao. Under Lin Chao's command, Ling Patian was brought before the formation very quickly by 2C Transformation Realm martial artists. Ling Patian still had that icy cold look and was pushed and shoved by 2C Transformation Realm martial artists. But his expression was one with stubbornness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his face changed, and he said, "Lin Chao, I already came out. What else do you want?" Lin Chao said with a cold smile, "His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is a paramount existence. You actually dare to defame him so? This is the result of you slandering him." As he said, Lin Chao did a chopping action. A C Transformation Realm martial artist raised his hand and lowered his blade without even furrowing his eyebrows. Ling Patian died just like this. Yi Yuan was livid with rage. Clearly, he did not think that Lin Chao would actually be so decisive to directly kill people. Lin Chao waved his hand. But this time, Xiao Jian was brought up. "Yi Yuan, I think that you still haven't figured out just how is holding the initiative right now." Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly, and he said with a cold snort, "Lin Chao, don't go too far. Ha! When you used the Grand Array to cut down our 3 Grand Elders, why didn't you say words like this? I really never expected that you could actually rely on a Grand Array to perform to such an extent. Honestly speaking, if not for guessing that you had returned, I really wouldn't have dared to recommend Sect Master to use such measures. I think that with your personality, you probably wouldn't watch Pas Sively as the few of them died in front of you, right?" Talking about how he was proud of himself, Lin Chao laughed wildly unceasingly. "Lin Chao, I really regret not killing you back then in the Mystic Realm," Yi Yuan said through gnashed teeth. "There is no medicine that can be eaten for regret in this world. Speaking of which, if not for you bringing me past those Grand Arrays, I wouldn't have a way to crack the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. For my fierce Gale World's aboriginals to be able to appear in the sight of people once again, it's truly all thanks to you." Lin Chao became more delighted the more he talked. Speaking of which, Lin Chao also suffered a fair bit of losses in the hands of Yi Yuan too, and he almost died in Yi Yuan's hands a number of times. Now that he could finally take revenge on Yi Yuan, Lin Chao was also incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. Seeing that visage of Yi Yuan's that was black like the bottom of a pot, Lin Chao felt liberating to the max. "Talk then. What terms do you want before you're willing to let Grand Elder, they all go?" Yi Yuan said. Lin Chao said smilingly, "Very simple. As long as you get rid of this sect protecting Grand Array and surrender to my Purple Mansion sect, I can spare their lives." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately refused. "That's impossible. Keep dreaming." Lin Chao had an amused look as he said, "Is that so?" As he spoke, Lin Chao's hand slowly raised. Only to hear a spray. Xiao Jian was decapitated too. Haul head Xiao. Yi Yuan clearly did not expect that Lin Chao would actually kill people like so without batting his eyes, as he said with a roar. "Oh, I wonder if I'm dreaming right now?" Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan and said mockingly. He knew Yi Yuan's temperament, which was why he used such intense measures to force Yi Yuan to submit. The first 2 was killed straightforwardly. But at the back, he would naturally take it slow. As long as he still had a person in his hands, he would not fear Yi Yuan not holding back when taking action. As long as Yi Yuan removed the Grand Array, then the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was equivalent to being annihilated. Or maybe Yi Yuan himself walking out of the Grand Array. Lin Chao believed that so long as this sect protecting Grand Array did not have Yi Yuan presiding over it, with He Mingda's strength, he could surely breach it easily. What he needed to do was to stun Yi Yuan's state of mind, and make Yi Yuan lose his normal judgment. Now, his plan had basically half succeeded already. Yi Yuan currently had furious eyes, far from that sort of cool and composed feeling normally. At this time, Lin Chao waved his hand again. The one brought up this time was precisely Sect Master Luo Qingfeng. Yi Yuan, still want to do it? Lin Chao said coolly. The current Lin Chao was like a sovereign who overlooked all life, holding the power of the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon's life and death. Yi Yuan's present complexion was already gloomy to be extreme. He enunciated word by word, "You're courting death." As he said, Yi Yuan walked out of the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting Grand Array just like that, bringing along floating flower petals that filled the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Chao was not alarmed, but became delighted instead. This Yi Yuan finally could not bear it and walked out of the Grand Array himself. Although he was alarmed due to the might of Yi Yuan's attacks, with Lord Sect Master here, what could Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's eyes were crimson red, looking as if he was completely possessed. 1,000 flowing petals carried a soul-stirring deterring power as it gradually approached Lin Chao. He Mingda looked at Yi Yuan and Lin Chao's conversation expressionlessly all the way until this moment did his eyes show immense shock. The power of this move was too strong. This was still his first time seeing this genius from Lin Chao's mouth. When he saw him for the first time earlier, he did not seem to have any extraordinary aspects either. But when he saw this scene, He Mingda finally understood that Lin Chao's appraisal of Yi Yuan was not too high. It was actually too low. Just based on this move, Yi Yuan was simply without any match within the C transformation realm. Yet, this young man was just merely first-level C transformation realm. Such talent, such combat strength, it was overwhelming until it made people feel suffocated. However, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across He Mingda's face. Even more talented geniuses would stop here today. Yi Yuan stood inside the Grand Array all along previously. He Mingda was wary of the Grand Array, that was why he observed by the side the entire time. Now that Yi Yuan already walked out of the sect protecting Grand Array, He Mingda no longer had anything to fear. Lin Chao was a peerless genius among the Purple Mansion sect's junior generation. Going to the fierce Gale world this time and obtaining His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's bestowal, his strength improved at a tremendous pace even more so. But, even like this, he was still not Yi Yuan's match. He Mingda naturally would not watch Yi Yuan kill Lin Chao passively. Hence he took action. Yi Yuan was already increasingly closer to Lin Chao. The astonishment in Lin Chao's could not be any greater as well. He felt immense pressure. The attack of a first-level C transformation realm could actually give him such tremendous pressure. But Lin Chao did not perform any defensive move. He knew that He Mingda would definitely make a move. As long as Yi Yuan exited the Grand Array, he did not have any chance to return anymore. Lin Chao, it's you who are seeking death. I can't be blamed. Yi Yuan said in a seemingly crazed state. At present, Yi Yuan had advanced to the C transformation realm. The power of the 1,000 flowing petals went further up another step. Those horrifying flying petals swept towards Lin Chao. At that very moment, a horrifying majesty descended abruptly. A white light roughly the size of a bowl plummeted from the sky, directly blasting onto Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan did not even get to scream out and was obliterated by this move. Lin Chao looked at this scene with a look of self-delight and was incomparably satisfied. This fellow finally died. Yet, right at that moment, He Mingda's expression changed. He yelled out, "Lin Chao, be careful." Chapter 467. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan being obliterated, his move would also dissipate right away. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan being obliterated, his move would also dissipate right away. Yet, those flying petals that covered the sky actually did not have the slightest trace of dissipating. Instead, it sped up and churned over towards Lin Chao. When Lin Chao saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. He Mingda did not expect such an outcome either, and could not help turning pale with fright. His figure swayed, and vanished from its original spot. Yet, it was already late. Even though the speed of a late-stage Soul Sea realm was fast, him only moving at this time was clearly a beat slower already. CLU. Sters of flower petals quickly encased Lin Chao. Act. Sect Master, save me. He already sensed the power of this move just now. But he only realized how terrifying this move was when confronting it head-on right now. No matter how he unleashed his moves, it had no way of obstructing the flower petals' encroachment. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus in the blink of an eye, the flower petals broke through his protective essence energy and sliced his flesh body. Lin Chao. By the time He Mingda reached, Lin Chao already sprawled feebly onto the ground, his life and death unknown. He Mingda's face was livid with rage as he looked at this scene in disbelief. A first-level C transformation realm actually succeeded in ambush. HI plus ing Lin Chao right under He Mingda's eyes. That move of his earlier had clearly struck Yi Yuan already. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was just a first-level C transformation realm, even a first-level Soul Sea realm should be deader than dead too. But why did Yi Yuan's move not dissipate? He Mingda quickly raised his head, looking all around, trying to find Yi Yuan's profile. However, where was Yi Yuan's silhouette? It was as if he just blasted onto the air just now. This kind of feeling was extremely surreal. He Mingda had never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, He Mingda's expression changed. A figure gradually took form in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan that he obliterated previously. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at Lin Chao, collapsed on the ground, and said with a sigh, "A pity. I expended too much essence energy in the end. Killing you now is a kind of ability falling short of my will. Consider it you're having another life then." Looking at Yi Yuan not far away, He Mingda was very perplexed. Just how did Yi Yuan dodge his attack earlier? That sort of feeling earlier was absolutely unmistakable. He had indeed struck Yi Yuan. A first-level C transformation realm received an attack of his fully and actually stood before him without a scratch. What kind of situation was this? He Mingda was scheming and calculating by nature. Seeing Yi Yuan appear again, he did not immediately take action. He surveyed the surroundings but did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Just where did the problem occur? "Boy, how did you do it?" He Mingda suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly, looked at He Mingda, and he said, "Wanted to do it, so did it. Didn't you take into account every conceivable possibility? Make a guess then what means I used to do it." He Mingda's brows furrowed. Yi Yuan had a look as if he had nothing to fear. Very clearly, he did not fear He Mingda taking action. Humph. Pretending to be mysterious. Go to HELL. He Mingda struck out a palm and obliterated Yi Yuan again. The feeling was exactly the same as before. The Yi Yuan before his eyes was deader than dead. This time, he should be really dead, right? Looking around again, he totally did not sense Yi Yuan's aura. Just a dead person in front of him. Not knowing why, He Mingda actually had a feeling of liberated from a heavy load. "Were you looking for me?" A cool voice was heard. It actually startled He Mingda until he broke into a cold sweat. Raising his head to look, Yi Yuan was standing there perfectly unscathed again, like nothing happened at all just now. You! How are you still alive? He Mingda said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, You should feel lucky that my present realm is still low. Or else, you attacking the tranquil cloud sect this time would be your time of death. Now, bring your men and quickly scram. He Mingda was livid with rage. He finally confirmed that he had already fallen into an illusion. But, just when did he fall into an illusion? Could it be that there was an even more powerful existence behind this young man? He Mingda discovered to his shock that this illusion was too lifelike. If not for Yi Yuan, this irrational existence, he wouldn't even know that he had sucked. You, bed to an illusion. Just how did you do it? You're only at the first level C transformation realm. How can you possibly set up such a formidable illusionary formation? He Mingda asked grimly. Wanting to deceive a powerhouse whose realm was so much higher than his with an illusionary formation, this was simply impossible. Furthermore, this was not a small-scale illusionary formation. An extremely massive illusionary formation was needed to deceive everyone from the Purple Mansion sect. The demand for energy and effort for an array master reached an even more terrifying extent. Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, Still remember Grand Yen True Sect? This time, He Mingda was truly astounded. You're the Grand Yen True Sect's successor? It's also not wrong for you to think that way. Back then, in order to stop your fierce Gale world from invading, the Grand Yen True Sect mustered the entire sect's power to seal the realm Pa's Sageway. Yet, you all destroyed that seal. Now, using this grand array to deal with you also counts as retribution. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Impossible. Although the Grand Yen True Sect's array formation was incredible, there was no such illusionary array either. He Mingda was clearly very clear about the Grand Yen True Sect, and did not believe at all. Yi Yuan said smilingly, If the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master had grasped this set of array formation back then there wouldn't have anything to do with the Wind Emperor. If he dared to come, he would also have no chance to return alive. The astonishment in He Mingda's heart could not be any greater. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. This set of array formation was too powerful. It actually made him, a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse, sink into it imperceptibly. If the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master had fully comprehended this set of array formation back then, crossing realms to trap His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not be impossible either. What made He Mingda even more shocked was that an array formation that even the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master was unable to comprehend, this young man before his eyes actually comprehended it. He Mingda was very clear about the Grand Yen True Sect, and was deeply aware of what kind of genius the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master was. Just how monstrous was this youth before his eyes? Alright. Not much time left. Thank you very much for sending Sect Master Luo they all back over a long distance. Now you all can get lost. Yi Yuan finished talking, and his profile vanished hazily where he stood. He Mingda's hairs stood on its ends from feeling alarmed. Could it be that the array formation already vanished? But compared to just now, there didn't seem to be anything different. No, wait. He Mingda's face changed, and was just about to check on the Tranquil Cloud sect prisoners, but heard the Purple Mansion sect disciples over there crying out already. Ah, where's Sky Maple? Luo Chi Feng disappeared too. Also Xiao Jian and Ling Patian. What's going on here? I was still grabbing them earlier. Where are they? All disappeared? Hang on, Xiao Jian? Ling Patian? Weren't those two people dead already? He Mingda just now clearly saw Lin Chao give the orders to kill them. His gaze became intense and involuntarily looked over where those two people were beheaded earlier. But how was there any corpses there? There wasn't even a drop of blood stain. He Mingda was completely thrown off his bearings. His mind was in somewhat of a trance right now. Just what was real and what was fake. He suddenly took a look at the Lin Chao on the ground. Seemed like only this was real. Chapter 468, Lord Sect Master, what happened? Zhu Mingyu asked He Mingda hesitantly. Lord Sect Master, what happened? Zhu Mingyu asked He Mingda hesitantly. This scene was too bizarre. In broad daylight, with thousands of pairs of eyes watching, the prisoners actually vanished without a trace. Scram! Useless thing! He Mingda snarled irately, sending Zhu Mingyu flying with a slap. He naturally knew that Zhu Mingyu could not be blamed for this. Even he, a late-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artist, fell into the Grand Array imperceptibly, let alone the Sea Transformation Realm Zhu Mingyu. But He Mingda was gloomy to the max right now and just happened to need an outlet to vent. At that moment, Zhu Mingyu came forward insensibly. Served him right to have a tough luck. Furthermore, this kind of thing needed somebody to take the blame. Zhu Mingyu was responsible for guarding the prisoners this time. Now that the prisoners were gone, he obviously became the best scapegoat. You dunce! Can't even watch the prisoners! What do I want you for? He Mingda said in a deep voice. This blow of his directly beat Zhu Mingyu to heavy injuries, and he could not even speak. He Mingda looked at the sect-protecting Grand Array before his eyes and mused for a long while because slowly spitting out several words. Army, withdraw. Yi Yuan was seriously too abnormal. Hence, He Mingda did not have the courage to challenge this Grand Array. Ma Yi's, He Jun's, and Liao Wenguang's incidences were still vivid in his mind. If even he, the sect master, died to it as well, the Purple Mansion sect would be in a complete disarray. Hence, He Mingda chose to withdraw in the end. It was just that He Mingda did not know he missed the one and only chance to breach the sect-protecting Grand Array. When Sky Maple and the rest were carried into the Tranquil Cloud sect by the Stone Ape clan, they felt that this was like a dream. Martial uncle, are we dreaming? We actually returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect again. Luo Qinfeng said tremblingly. Sky Maple had a face full of shock as well as he said, yeah. It's really like a dream. I even thought that we'd die horrible deaths this time. I didn't expect that in a twinkle, we actually returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just what in the world happened? Why did those Purple Mansion sect people have no reaction at all when we were brought out? This is too unbelievable. Xiao Jian still did not dare to believe it until now. And these stone apes, what's going on? Before long, they arrived at the central area of the formation. When Mo Yuntian and the rest of the disciples saw Sky Maple and the rest, they immediately froze. G Grand Elder Sect Master. You all. Mo Yuntian had a look of disbelief. They were still worrying about Yi Yuan, who knew that in the blink of an eye, Sky Maple and the rest actually showed up before their eyes. This gave them an extremely unreal feeling. Yuntian, you're actually still alive. When Xiao Jian saw this eldest disciple, his eyes unwittingly turned red and was actually about to shed tears. Sky Maple and the rest were similarly dumbfounded with shock. Originally, they thought that Mo Yuntian these people all died in the mystic realm. Now they actually came back perfectly unscathed. Furthermore, their strength all had improved. Yuntian, can it be that you saved us? Xiao Jian said in astonishment. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, how could we have such capabilities? This 1 month plus, it was Yi Yuan alone holding up the overall situation. Why Yi Yuan? Where is he? Xiao Jian exclaimed in surprise. Sky Maple and Luo Qinfeng exchanged glances and thought the same thing. Indeed, it's Yi Yuan. Actually, at the towering peak, the two of them already had speculations in their hearts. But hearing Mo Yuntian's reply personally right now, they still felt tongue-tied from the shock. Yi Yuan Mo Yuntian said somewhat hesitantly. He really did not know where Yi Yuan went. Logically speaking, having rescued Sky Maple and the rest, Yi Yuan should have returned. But Yi Yuan did not make an appearance after so long. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed the Greater Confounding Formation. Currently, his essence, energy, and soul force are consumed greatly, and he already fell into a coma. At this time, a gorgeous figure appeared in the sights of everybody. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Although Yu Mengli's appearance was ugly, after coming into contact frequently, her every action had blee grace. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples actually could not give birth to any disgust towards her. What? Yi Yuan is he all right? Sky Maple exclaimed. Yu Mengli shook her head and said, Yi Yuan prepared long ago. There isn't any major issue. But he probably can't meet with anyone these few days. He asks you all to settle the sect's internal affairs first. After he leaves seclusion, he'll naturally meet with you guys. Oh right, the Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. The Tranquil Cloud sect is safe for the time being. As she said, Yu Mengli was wonderstruck in her heart too. Yi Yuan took into account virtually everything. If He Mingda personally cracked the formation at this time, without Yi Yuan's management, the Grand Array would simply not be able to endure. But after witnessing Yi Yuan's bizarre means, He Mingda simply did not dare to easily attack the formation, and he actually led the Purple Mansion sect disciples to withdraw. This empty fort strategy was simply sung unprecedented in history, and it was unrepeatable after. These few days, she had accompanied Yi Yuan to set up the formation constantly and also had many interactions with Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli discovered to her shock that Yi Yuan was simply a genius. From the day that he used the sect-protecting Grand Array to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, he already predicted the situation today. Slaying 2 middle-stage Soul Sea realms domineeringly before was for the sake of making He Mingda be in awe. It was to make him not dare to make any move rashly. Such scheming strategy was simply heaven-defying. Finished talking, Yu Mengli gave a graceful bow to everyone and left. The Greater Confounding Formation was born from the Azura Confounding Formation. But it was much more powerful than the Lesser Confounding Formation that Yi Yuan used in the Fierce Gale world. Just to set up this Grand Array, Yi Yuan used 5 days' time. This was even the result of making use of the profound artifact, Profound Ice Flag. Ever since Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he would disappear for a period of time each day. It was to go in front of the gates to set up the Greater Confounding Formation. Yi Yuan linked up the sect-protecting Grand Array and the Greater Confounding Formation ingeniously. Moreover, the setup range was Ma's sieve. This profound ice flag was really a supreme formation path treasure. It should be the treasure that Lu Linfeng left behind for the sect before ascending. Using it to set up the Grand Array was really twice the result with half the effort. It was also precisely due to the profound ice flag's assistance that Yi Yuan could complete the setup of this Greater Confounding Formation and deploy it. The profound ice flag and the Greater Confounding Formation that came from the Azura Confounding Formation were well deserving of being supreme lower realm treasures that the Grand Yen Divine King left behind. Furthermore, matching these two items together actually had indescribable might. It could make He Mingda, an expert of such level, fell into the Grand Array unknowingly. With Yi Yuan's present strength, deploying and maintaining this Grand Array was still too forceful. Plus, he even forcefully used the 1,000 flowing petals at the final juncture and severely injured Lin Chao. This caused his consumption to be even greater as well. After Yu Mengli left, Sky Maple said with Mo Yuntian, Come, Yuntian. Have a good chat with me about your experiences these few months. Mo Yuntian nodded to acknowledge and recounted the various events that happened during this period of time for Sky Maple and the rest. Only then did Sky Maple and the rest know just the sort of skyrocketing incident happened in these few months. Even though they were imprisoned in the Heavenly Sky sect these few days, they were very perplexed the entire time. They were unaware how the Purple Mansion sect had such strength. Only now, hearing that there was actually an existence like the fierce Gale world, did they come to a realization. Hearing about how Yi Yuan actually slew 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses with the sect protecting Grand Array again, they were astounded until their jaws nearly fell off. 0Ti comes from the Chinese 36 stratagems. It means bluffing the enemy by putting on a bold front to conceal a weakly defended city. Chapter 469 Yi Yuan prevented the entire southern domain's decline with his strength alone? What a geo-daily achievement! Yi Yuan prevented the entire southern domain's decline with his strength alone? What a delay achievement! Hearing Mo Yuntian's narration, Sky Maple gave a heartfelt gasp of admiration. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was immensely high, but he did not think that it was actually high to such an extent. When Sky Maple and they all were imprisoned by the Purple Mansion sect, each one of them thought that the southern domain was completely finished, who knew that paths wound along mountain ridges, and things took a turn for the better. A crystal formation realm Yi Yuan could actually force back the Purple Mansion sect 3 times successively. Yet, if not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it at all. Mo Yuntian himself was overcome with emotions too. At this time, Sky Maple's face suddenly changed and he said, Yuntian, why? Don't I see Tianyu? His voice had yet to fade when Tianyu suddenly appeared here and said agitatedly, Grandpa! Yi Yuan blow was not heavy. Tianyu just happened to wake up in this short while. Hearing that Yi Yuan rescued everybody, he sprinted madly all the way over here. Seeing Sky Maple, Tianyu was unbelievably agitated and actually shed tears. When Sky Maple saw Tianyu, tears similarly coursed down his old face. These days, Sky Maple thought that Tianyu perished in the mystic realm, and his entire person was awfully haggard. Now, seeing his grandson return safe and sound, it untied the knot in his heart. By the side, Luo Qingfeng, the sect's upper echelons, as well as the disciples, could not help tearing when they saw this scene. This period of time, everyone's inner heart was extremely anguished. The sect was destroyed. These people were all shouldering a tremendous psychological burden. Right after they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, they survived a calamity. They could at least guarantee that the sect's teachings would not be wiped out. Luo Qingfeng and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. After the small talk, Sky Maple pulled Tianyu over and sized him up carefully. The smile on his face gradually became astonishment. Sky Maple discovered that Tianyu's eyes emitted radiance. Tianyu standing there was just like a still-sheathed sharp sword, seemingly vastly different from before. Tianyu, Sky Maple said in surprise. Tianyu smiled Ingly. He could not quite blow his own trumpet. But Mo Yuntian said with a smile, Grand Elder, Sect Master, Tianyu has already comprehended a true intent. Our Tranquil Cloud sect has hopes for revival. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's gaze turned intent as they looked at Tianyu disbelievingly. Tianyu, is what your senior apprentice brother Mo said true? Sky Maple said in shock. Tianyu nodded with a smile. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng exchanged a glance, the shock gradually becoming a pleasant surprise. Ha ha! Good! 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 Truly, the heaven hasn't forsaken my Tranquil Cloud sect. To think that my Tranquil Cloud sect could beget fortune from a disaster and actually let little you comprehend a true intent. Heaven has really opened its eyes. Sky Maple said good 3 times in a row. It could be seen how elated he was in his heart. Tranquil Cloud sect produced a junior who had comprehended a true intent. And this junior was even his lineal grandson. Grand Elder misspoke about this. This has nothing to do with the heaven at all. I could comprehend a true intent entirely because of Yi Yuan. Tianyu said with a smile. Sky Maple and the rest were stunned and could not help being curious. Why was it Yi Yuan again? Tian Yu recounted the incident of Yi Yuan engraving sword characters, leaving Sky Maple and the rest speechless for a long time. Fierce Gale World, the depths of the central capital's royal palace. A martial artist dressed in a black robe sat on the throne, while another person was prostrated before him. If there were people here, their jaws would surely hit the ground in shock. The exalted Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin was actually kneeling in front of this man. Zhao Tianyin, you've really disappointed this seat greatly. The black-robed man's voice reverberated throughout the royal palace, giving people a very unreal sensation. The unparalleled, overbearing Zhao Tianyin was just like an obedient kitten at this time. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Zhao Tianyin's forehead sweat profusely as he said with profound respect and trepidation, "Lord Holy Envoy, please calm your fury. That 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array is seriously too powerful. Even when the base of the formation is wrecked, it's also very hard to link the realm Paas. Sageway," the black-robed man said with a cold smile, "how can the array formation left behind by the Grand Yen Divine King be what you, a puny little boundless realm, can perceive? Fortunately, his descendants were all some useless people. Or else you all wouldn't even know how you died. But I don't want to listen to reasons. If you delay the matter, and the higher-ups lay down the blame, Shangguan Wuhui's outcome, you're aware of it." Hearing these words, Zhao Tianyun involuntarily shuddered, sweat dripping like rain. "Lord Holy Envoy, please rest assured. I'll set off right away to personally make a move to link together the realm Paas Sageway. However, talk quickly if you have something to say. Don't mince your words," said the black-robed man with a cold grunt. Yes. It's like this, a woman with extremely formidable strength came from the endless world. Subordinate isn't her match." Zhao Tianyin recounted the events on that day falteringly. But the black-robed man fell silent after hearing it. The black-robed man did not speak. Zhao Tianyin did not dare to interject either. He just kneeled there, waiting quietly for the black-robed man. After a long while, the black-robed man suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You're saying that girl knows ocular arts? She just gave you a glance, and you got controlled by her?" "Yes. Subordinate dare not deceive Holy Envoy. There are still other people who know about that day's event." "Okay. What you said, I got it all. I'll think of ways to resolve this matter. Everything carries on according to the original plan. If it delays again, you know the consequences. Also, you don't go and provoke the Alchemist Association. So long as they don't affect our plans, let them be," said the black-robed man with a cold grunt. "Yes. Subordinate will definitely do all I can to accomplish the task that Holy Envoy instructed," Zhao Tianyin said. I hope so. All right, it's inappropriate for me to stay for long in this place. All the best to you." As he said, the black-robed man got up. A light door actually appeared in front of him. The black-robed man stepped forward and entered, Vanis. HI plus incompletely. Seeing the black-robed man disappear, only then did Zhao Tianyun heave a long sigh in relief. He discovered that it was as if he was hauled out of water, completely drenched thoroughly. Zhao Tianyin's gaze looked towards the vacant SPAC area. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. Only after a long while did he grit his teeth and said, "Shangguan Wuhui, oh Shangguan Wuhui, you're bringing a wolf into the house here." They raised the fierce Gale world to a middle-order small world, but we became their dogs. No way. I mustn't follow in Shangguan Wuhui's footsteps. The Wind Emperor was always high and lofty in front of everybody. Who would have thought that he could actually have such a side? Furthermore, most likely, an body would have thought that the previous Wind Emperor, Shangguan Wuhui, did not ascend to the divine realm. Instead, he was obliterated by this mysterious organization, and the present Zhao Tianyin was stepping onto the same path as Shangguan Wuhui once more. 3 days later, Yi Yuan finally walked out of the secret chamber. Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest were waiting outside since long ago. Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, Hall Head Xiao, long time no see. Seeing these people, Yi Yuan was also quite overcome with emotion. Sky Maple and the rest exchanged glances, and they actually bowed down towards Yi Yuan at the same time. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported Sky Maple and said, "Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, why are you all doing this?" Sky Maple said with a sigh, "Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect could only preserve our Tao teachings from being annihilated by receiving your great grace. I, Sky Maple, as the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Elder, nearly caused the sect to be destroyed. I really can't think of how to thank you, so I can only come here to give you a bow." 0 In Chapter 338, the Fierce Gale world was supposed to be a high-order small world, while the Endless world was a middle-order small world. However, the author suddenly changed it. No freaking clue. Gonna translate as it is first. Chapter 470 Among the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, only the Purple Mansion sect and the Tranquil Cloud sect were left right now. Among the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, only the Purple Mansion sect and the Tranquil Cloud sect were left right now. For the Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to preserve their Tao teachings and preserve their sect from destruction, it could be said to be a miracle. Yi Yuan did so many things for the sect, yet the sect practically did not seem to have anything to repay him with. This had to be said to be a very embarrassing thing. Hence, Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest discussed it, and finally still decided to come and give Yi Yuan a big bow, to express gratitude on behalf of the sect. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Grand Elder is killing Yi Yuan. I'm just a Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. Since entering the sect, I've received the various elders and fellow apprentices' care. How can I look on unconcernedly by the side when the sect is in trouble? This matter ends here. Grand Elder mustn't mention it again." Reaching the end, Yi Yuan's tone became a little heavy, and he revealed some unhappiness. When Sky Maple and the rest saw his reaction, their hearts all felt a chill. The power emitted from Yi Yuan's body actually left them at a loss on what to do. Only now did Sky Maple suddenly discover that this young man before him had already unknowingly grown into a great towering tree, and he could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. In the past, Yi Yuan was just an immensely talented junior disciple in their eyes. His future was bright, but his strength was a little lacking. But seeing Yi Yuan again today, Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng discovered to their shock that the aura on Yi Yuan's body was actually not much weaker than theirs anymore. Especially Xiao Jian and Ling Patian, their thoughts and feelings were the most profound. Because that instance just now they actually had a palpitating feeling. This made them realize that they could very well not be Yi Yuan's match already. Recalling back when Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, the two of them really had a feeling like they were dreaming. All right, we won't mention it. Yi Yuan, in your view, facing the Fierce Gale world's invasion, what should we do? Sky Maple also realized the awkwardness and hastily switched the topic. Yi Yuan did not reply straight away. He invited them into the hidden chamber, before saying words that astonished everyone. The southern domain can't be defended. While the realm Sageway has yet to link together fully, we should take advantage and move the entire sect to the north, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Move the entire sect move? But Xiao Jian was taken aback in fright by Yi Yuan's words. The Tranquil Cloud sect fought off the Purple Mansion sect's great armies thrice consecutively and barely managed to guard a piece of Holy Land. Now they actually had to discard it. Although Xiao Jian and the rest's ideals were to return to the northern domain, they grew up in the southern domain after all. Suddenly hearing this news, they still felt somewhat acclimatized. Hall Head Xiao, don't make a fuss over nothing. Listen to Yi Yuan is going to say till the end. Luo Qingfeng was much more composed as he voiced out to reproach Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Once there are divine traversing realm experts appearing, the Tranquil Cloud sect will be the first to bear the brunt. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is only a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. It can't withstand the attacks of a divine traversing realm powerhouse. But, since that's the case, why didn't Yi Yuan you move north earlier? Why did you persist on holding fast to this land? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask. Those northern domains' major powers most likely still don't know the Purple Mansion sect's origin and think that the southern domain's great change was just the Endless World's internal affairs. The Fierce Gale World has been blocking off the news the entire time. The goal also lied here. It's already late for the northern domain to prepare now. If the Purple Mansion sect rules the southern domain and lays down a solid foundation for the Fierce Gale World's invasion, the northern domain will be caught even more unprepared. At that time, with the Fierce Gale World using the southern domain as a springboard, the Endless World most likely wouldn't even have the strength for a single battle. Furthermore, Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest of you all were still in the Purple Mansion sect's hands. How could we move north without careful consideration? Yi Yuan explained. It was hard to leave one's homeland. Moreover, Sky Maple and the rest still did not have a clear understanding of the Fierce Gale World's might. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, they still said rather hesitatingly, "Didn't you send Mei Zhen to the northern domain? When they get the news, they should attack in retaliation right away, no? Our Endless World is rich in resources. In terms of strength, we shouldn't lose to the Fierce Gale World martial artists, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Although the Fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the martial artists' combat strength is extremely powerful. Same-rank martial artists, the Endless World might not be their match." Yi Yuan picked out a few of the important information and knowledge from the Fierce Gale World for Sky Maple they all to listen, including the matter of the Grand Yen True sect sacrificing the entire sect's 6 sovereign-level powerhouses back then to lay down the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. After listening finish, the facial expressions of Sky Maple and the rest became grave. Moreover, the Fierce Gale World's most thornyn 1. Tai was still the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin, after all. Actually, I don't hold much confidence in Elder Mei to be able to convince those northern domains heavyweights. That's why counting on them to pull the Purple Mansion sect up by the roots is simply impossible. The best situation right now is also just the 2 worlds' martial artists confronting each other with the endless forest in between, Yi Yuan said. Only then did Sky Maple and the rest realize the jeopardy of the situation. They exchanged glances and Sky Maple said, "All right then. Yi Yuan, we'll listen to you completely." Yi Yuan did not decline, saying with a nod, "Okay. I estimate that the Realm Pa-S Sageway linking together is just a matter of this half a month too. We should make preparations early. Hall Head Shao, these few days, you should bring a batch of people and set off first to be the advance party for the sect's retreat. The northern domain's territories are all places with owners. Some conflicts are bound to be unavoidable when we migrate the whole sect. Hall Head Shao, after you go, don't pick those places rich in essence energy. The top priority is to find a place to settle down. Also, there is a need to send some people to find that batch of people from before." Towards Yi Yuan's tone that carried a slightly commanding style, the few people did not say much. Yi Yuan had this qualification now. Most importantly, they all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go and pick a batch of disciples right away and set off these 2 days." Yi Yuan said to Luo Qingfeng, "The other matters will have to trouble Sect Master Luo." Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "All right. I'll go and handle them right away." Everyone was just about to leave when a disciple came forward to report in a slightly excited manner, "Grand Elder, Sect Master, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, news bearers came from the northern domain. The eyes of Sky Maple and the rest all lit up as they said excitedly, "Oh? Who came? Quickly bring us to meet them." But Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and did not seem to be interested in this. To Yi Yuan, he never placed hopes on those northern domain sections. In the world of martial artists, relying on others was pointless. Only one's own strength being formidable could preserve oneself. But the northern domain reacting so swiftly had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. "Hang on!" Sky Maple and the rest were just in a hurry to leave when they were halted by Yi Yuan. "What is it, Yi Yuan?" "A messenger came from the northern domain. It probably isn't nice to neglect them, right?" Luo Qingfeng said. But Yi Yuan did not answer, asking that disciple instead, "Did Elder May come back together with him?" That disciple was stunned, shook his head, and said, "No. Didn't see Elder May. A total of 3 people came, saying that they are the Northern Domain's myriad sword sect's disciples." Hearing this name, everybody's faces including Tian Yu's, all changed. Chapter 471. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Grand Elder, this myriad sword sect." Sky Maple's expression was very ugly. But he still replied, "Back then, the ones who forced our Tranquil Cloud sect out of the northern domain was precisely the myriad sword sect." Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, "If the messengers are from the myriad sword sect, Elder May he. It's all my fault, only thinking to notify the northern domain and didn't think that such a thing would happen." Mei Zhen and Yi Yuan went through thick and thin together along the way. If something really happened to Mei Zhen, Yi Yuan definitely would not let this myriad sword sect off. "How can this be blamed on you? This matter, only I, Qingfeng, and the 5 of them know. Mei Zhen himself didn't know either. Sigh. Hopefully, it's just a coincidence. So many years have said since the incident. Maybe this matter has already faded from the myriad sword sect's memories. After all, we don't pose any threat to them at all right now," Sky Maple said with a sigh. "Go. Let's meet with these people," Yi Yuan said. The group came to the main hall. But the moment they entered, their expressions changed abruptly. Several Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were lying on the ground groaning endlessly. 3 youngsters sat on the highest 3 positions in the center of the main hall. "The 3 of you. Insolence." Xiao Jian was a forthright person. How could he tolerate it when he saw this sort of situation? He directly wielded his sword and stabbed towards that youth in the center. But the youth on the right seat curled his mouth and said with a sneer, "Violet rain cool breeze, is it? I know it too." As he said, he leaped up and actually executed the exact same move as Xiao Jian. "Careful, Xiao Jian." Luo Qingfeng was greatly alarmed and hurriedly yelled out. But it was already late. The 2 persons' attacks clashed together swiftly. That youth was a 7th level C transformation realm. Xiao Jian was already half-step Soul C realm at present. Yet, that youth's attack actually arrived first despite being executed later. The speed was even a little faster than Xiao Jian's. Clank! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Xiao Jian actually gave a fled groan and was sent flying out. Sky Maple and the rest were greatly startled seeing the situation. Luo Qingfeng went up to catch Xiao Jian. Executed by Xiao Jian, a half-step Soul C realm, he actually sustained injuries in one move, entirely not on the same level. This young man was too strong. How do you know the Violet Rain Cool Breeze?" Luo Qingfeng asked gravely. Violet Rain Cool Breeze was an extremely powerful move in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Arts C transformation realm. This young man before him was actually even more skilled in it compared to Xiao Jian. This had to be said to be a kind of immense irony. The young man said with a faint smile when he heard that, "You're the Tranquil Cloud sect master, right?" "Introducing myself, I'm Myriad Sword sect disciple, Li Junjie. These 2 are my seniors. The one sitting on the left is Gu Tianyu. The one in the seat of honor is our eldest senior brother, Qin Yan. As for why I know violet rain cool breeze, very simple, because what I cultivate in is also the azure dipper purple yang sword art. A faint smile hung on the corner of Li Junjie's mouth from start to end. Except, that smile had a somewhat mocking undertone, no matter how one looked at it. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's foundation was the azure dipper purple yang sword art. But Li Junjie defeated Xiao Jian with the Tranquil Cloud Sect's cultivation martial technique. This was seriously a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud Sect members. Indeed, hearing Li Junjie's words, Sky Maple and the rest's faces revealed sorrow. How did Li Junjie know the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art? This was not hard to guess. When the Tranquil Cloud Sect moved south in a haste back then, many cultivation methods and martial technique were all lost. Very clearly, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was obtained by the Myriad Sword Sect. The Myriad Sword Sect's core cultivation method was not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. But this did not impede their disciples from cultivating this cultivation method. One had to know that the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was a true blue Tier 5 cultivation method. It could let martial artists train to peak divine traversing realm. The Myriad Sword Sect's own core cultivation method was merely like so as well. TSK. Back then, my Myriad Sword Sect did not exterminate your Tranquil Cloud Sect to the last person because of a variety of reasons. Originally, we thought that you all could progress a little coming to the southern domain. Who knew that you would deteriorate with each pas sing day? Gu Tianyu said with a pitying look. Yeah. Your own sect's cultivation method actually can't even beat me. That person just now seems to be your Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelon, right? To actually not even be this disciple's match. Sigh. Li Junjie said. Recalling back then, the Tranquil Cloud Sect commanded the wind and clouds in the northern domain. Who dared to provoke the sect? Now it actually declined to such a degree. Truly makes people feel regrettable, Gu Tianyu said. The two people chimed in one after the other. Hearing it sounded like pitying the Tranquil Cloud Sect, but actually it was simply picking a quarrel, and completely thought nothing of the Tranquil Cloud Sect people. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's face was already thrown on the ground by these two, trampled again and again. While Luo Qingfeng was composed, how could he still endure at this time? Luo Qingfeng took a step forward and said with an ill-intent look, You three are so unbridled in my Tranquil Cloud Sect. Do you really take my Tranquil Cloud Sect to have an body? Li Junjie seemed to have been frightened. He said in shock, Senior Apprentice Brother Gu, turns out that the Tranquil Cloud Sect actually still has a Soul Sea Realm expert. How incredible! Gu Tianyu said indifferently, What do Soul Sea Realm experts count as? Just a first-level Soul Sea Realm. Our Myriad Sword Sect has a large bunch with one grab. If he dares to make a move against us, the Myriad Sword Sect will come to the southern domain to exterminate them right away. Furthermore, whether he is eldest senior brother's match or not, it's really hard to say, exclaimed Gu Tianyu. As Gu Tianyu said those words, his eyes looked over towards eldest senior brother, Qin Yan. Qin Yan did not say a word from beginning to end. But since this Li Junjie was already so strong, their eldest senior brother naturally would not be too weak. Qin Yan was only at the 9th level C transformation realm. Such strength was simply clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Stepping into the Soul Sea Realm was truly stepping into the rankings of the middle three realms. It was completely not what Sea Transformation Realm martial artists could compare to. Any random Soul Sea Realm expert that came could freely crush 9th level Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Let alone that Luo Qingfeng's strength was even considerably stronger compared to ordinary Soul Sea realms. But Gu Tianyu said that Luo Qingfeng was not Qin Yan's match. These words were truly a little too presumptuous. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, Fine. Then today, I'll have a direct confrontation with this eldest senior brother of yours and take a look at how a sea transformation realm Serpa. SES a soul sea realm. At this time, a figure flashed, blocking in front of Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng was stunned, but saw Yi Yuan turn around. Yi Yuan said to him with a smile, "Is there a need to use a butcher's knife to kill chickens? We, these disciples, haven't gone up yet. How can we let Lord Sect Master take the stage personally? Our Tranquil Cloud sect is also a former Northern Domain's great sect no matter what. Where is the logic of bullying the weak with the strong? Better for me to square up against the myriad sword sect's 3 senior brothers then. It also counts as interacting a little with the present Northern Domain's great sections. Don't horse around, Yi Yuan. Quickly come back for me." Luo Qingfeng actually had a seldom seen reproach of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled but did not have the intention of moving aside. He knew that Luo Qingfeng was worried about his safety. But how could he pay attention to 3 sea transformation realms? After Luo Qingfeng returned to the sect, he had not witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength yet and simply could not imagine just what kind of realm Yi Yuan already reached right now. Interesting, really interesting. To think that there's still such a character in the Tranquil Cloud sect currently. A first-level sea transformation realm also dares to come out and provoke our eldest senior brother. Really too fascinating. Lord Sect Master, what this junior brother here said was, only a disciple versus another disciple can measure a sect's strength, Li Junjie said with an amused look. Chapter 472. At this time, Luo Qingfeng no longer held any hopes of fluke in his heart. At this time, Luo Qingfeng no longer held any hopes of fluke in his heart. Not only did the Myriad Sword sect not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect, it even wanted to find fault through the incident this time. Of course, the present Tranquil Cloud sect was completely not in the Myriad Sword sect's sight. Otherwise, they would not just send a couple of disciples over. But the might of these 3 people before their eyes exceeded everyone's expectations. That Li Junjie clearly had the weakest strength among the 3 people and actually wounded Xiao Jian with 1 sword. Qin Yan's strength was really not easy to estimate. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with smilingly, "Senior apprentice brother Li is powerful. Younger brother admires it. In a while you have to pull your punches. Ha! Rest your heart. I'll definitely go easy," Li Junjie said with a big laugh. Li Junjie placed all of his attention on Luo Qingfeng earlier and really did not notice Yi Yuan. Now, such a young sea transformation realm jumped out abruptly. It really gave him a small shock. Such a young sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan, when placed in the Myriad Sword sect, was in existence like the feather of a phoenix and the horns of a qilin too. To think that the Tranquil Cloud sect actually groomed such a prodigious character. However, this sort of thing like Cruz H.I.+ing geniuses was too satisfying, feeling as if it was an accomplishment. Li Junjie thought about this in his heart sinisterly. Hearing the ill intent in Li Junjie's words, Luo Qingfeng went forward and grabbed hold of Yi Yuan, saying in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, their strength is not a trivial matter. Most likely, among the Northern Domain's junior generation, they are considered extremely formidable existences. You'd better not flaunt your superiority. If there's a mishap..." But Yi Yuan interrupted Luo Qingfeng's words with a smile and said, "How can that be? Senior apprentice brother Li even said that he will definitely pull his punches just now. Isn't that so, senior apprentice brother Li?" The latter half of the sentence was said to Li Junjie. Li Junjie said with a wide grin, of course. Lord Sect Master, please rest assured." Luo Qingfeng shot a fierce glare at Li Junjie and said to Yi Yuan in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, you must act within the limits of your ability." Yi Yuan gave a noncommittal smile. He then turned around and said to Li Junjie, "Earlier, I saw that senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze seems to be very formidable. I learned that move too. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Li can give a pointer or two. In Li Junjia's eyes, Yi Yuan was like a very silly, very naive Dumba. SS. Could it be that this boy really thought that he would show mercy and found him to spar moves with? But this was also very easy to explain. How could geniuses that has broken through to the sea transformation realm in their teenage years had any experiences? Merely flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Seeing that Yi Yuan wanted to experience the violet rain cool breeze, Li Junjie was even more delighted in his heart. Li Junjie had outstanding talent in the cultivation method of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Although he had not fully comprehended any true intent at present, he was already not far from this step. That was why he could defeat Xiao Jian with one sword. Yi Yuan actually wanted to compete in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art with him. Yi Yuan was truly overestimating his own strength. Haha. I'll guide you well, Li Junjie said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan cracked a smile, and Sung Hua's sword was displayed. At virtually the same instant, Yi Yuan and Li Junjie made a move. The same move, the same action. It was identical with the scene earlier. With this move, Li Junjie did not hold back. The violet rain cool breeze was even more powerful compared to the last time. His objective was to cripple Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. Not good. This Li Junjie was actually still conserving strength. Luo Qingfeng wanted to make a move to stop this fight. However, an exceedingly terrifying aura locked onto him. Luo Qingfeng was secretly alarmed. He discovered that Qin Yan had already arrived in front of him since who knew when. This young man actually gave him an exceedingly terrifying feeling. Was he really 9th level C transformation realm? Compared to Li Junjie's move, Yi Yuan's violet rain cool breeze was freaking weak. It was like a little kid showing some gaudy display. Yi Yuan, be careful, Luo Qingfeng yelled out. Yet, Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all. He still displayed this violet rain cool breeze. Gu Tianyu watched this scene calm and composedly as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan, this genius, being ruined. They all knew that Yi Yuan was surely a genius that the Tranquil Cloud sect expended immeasurable energy to groom. Destroying Yi Yuan, it was equivalent to ruining the Tranquil Cloud sect's future. My guidance is here. You have to receive it well, Li Junjie said with a delighted smile, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. But, at this time, Yi Yuan's violet rain cool breeze was already executed completely too, charging towards Li Junjie as well. The two moves intersected. Yi Yuan's move was weak like a tiny tree in a fierce gale, a small boat in the boundless seas. Bang! The two people's attacks finally collided together. Yet, Yi Yuan did not perish in one blow as everyone imagined. On the contrary, that very instant he collided with Yi Yuan's attack, Li Junjie seemed to be hit by somebody with a huge hammer, flying out directly. Samaze. Plus Li Junjie just happened to be sent flying to where he sat originally, SMAs. Plussing the chair into smithereens. Gu Tianyu and Qin Yan both did not react to it and was actually dazed for some time. Of course, the stupefied ones were not just them. There were also Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng and the rest. How is that possible? Junior apprentice brother Li's Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is already close to the degree of major accomplishment. How could he possibly lost to this brat? Gu Tianyu said disbelievingly. Qin Yan did not speak, but his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became immensely grave. Senior apprentice brother Li's violet rain cool breeze is indeed formidable. Even flying out is actually so cool, letting Yi Yuan benefit a great deal. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Bang! At this time, Li Junjie crawled up swiftly, sending wood chips in front of him flying with a kick. He roared, "Stinking brat! I'll kill you!" Li Junjie already went completely berserk, wanting to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Even in the myriad sword sect, there were also not many who could make Li Junjie so wretched looking. Now, He was actually beaten to this state by a tranquil cloud sect brat who was still wet behind his ears. This was something that he could not accept. The Myriad Sword sect had acquired the full set of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Li Junjie had immersed in this path for over 20 years, and was also just a step away from comprehending sword intent. How could he possibly lose to the Tranquil Cloud sect's people? If he lost to the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons, it was still alright. But Yi Yuan was just a Tranquil Cloud sect's junior disciple. How could he possibly lose to somebody like this? The Myriad Sword sect was one of the 3 strongest sects in the Northern Domain. Li Junjie's strength could also be ranked among the entire Endless World's junior generation. Now, he actually lost to a small sect's disciple? Li Junjie's figure moved, but there was a blur before his eyes. Qin Yen blocked in front of him. "Senior brother, you move aside. I'm going to kill this punk." Li Junjie howled. But Qin Yen said coolly, "Forget it. You are not his match." When Qin Yan's words came out, Li Junjie and Gu Tianyu were both dazed. Especially Li Junjie. He wondered if he heard wrongly and asked in incredulity, "As senior apprentice brother, what did you say?" Qin Yen turned around and said with a solemn expression, "This boy has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. You are not his match." Chapter 473 See Comprehended Fully. See Comprehended Fully? Li Junjie seemed to have a tub of cold water splash down, sobering up instantaneously. He looked at Qin Yen. The latter was nodding his head and said, "His Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent has already reached the state of returning to the origin. You can't possibly beat him. I really didn't think that after so many years Pa-S said, the Tranquil Cloud sect actually produced such a character." Finished talking, Qin Yen looked at Yi Yuan with an unkind expression and said, "Punk, ability to disguise as a pig to eat a tiger is pretty good." Disguising as a pig to eat a tiger? Hohu, is there a need to disguise as a pig to eat the tiger when dealing with you people? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Qin Yan's face fell slightly. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, he was very displeased. As the Myriad Sword sect's junior generation's #1 person, wherever Qin Yen walked, admiration and flattering voices would resound. Today, he was actually looked down upon by a kid. Qin Yen narrowed his eyes and said, "Boy, don't think that you can be KY by comprehending true intent. You need to know that there is always somebody stronger." The 3 of you ran to the Tranquil Cloud sect to make a big show of your prowess, and then injured my fellow sect members. Now you're saying that I'm KY? Your logic simply differs from ordinary people. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Humph! What a sharp tongue. We are here on the sect's orders to investigate the Southern Domain's change. Your Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. We came here to rescue you all," Qin Yen said nonchalantly. Hearing Qin Yan's words, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a ridiculing smile. "Rescue? I think that your Myriad Sword sect wants to swallow the Tranquil Cloud sect, or are thinking of making us wag our tails to beg like a dog in front of you people to satisfy your ego a little." Qin Yen was stunned when he heard it. He suddenly grinned and said, "Then so what? Could it be that you all still have other choices?" This time, the expression on the faces of Sky Maple, Luo Qinfeng, and the rest became odd. "You all most likely don't know it yet, right? The Purple Mansion sect was already sent packing with a face full of dust previously at our sect, losing 3 Soul Sea Realm experts in succession. Right now, I reckon that He Mingda is probably still weeping at home, right?" Luo Qinfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng's words stunned the trio. They had just arrived in the Southern Domain too. The information grasped was still when they had just left the sect. They totally did not know what happened recently in the Southern Domain. Now, once they heard the news, it indeed made them feel very surprised. But it was merely just surprised. Qin Yan did not feel that Luo Qingfeng could kill martial artists with high cultivation realms. Haha. Killing a couple of first-level Soul Sea realms made all of you so happy? That Purple Mansion sect probably saw that your strength was too weak, so they totally didn't send experts over, right? Gu Tianyu said with a chortle. Luo Qingfeng said with a disdainful look, First-level Soul Sea realm? Haha. The Purple Mansion sect has already attacked the Tranquil Cloud sect 3 times. The first time, a first-level Soul Sea realm died. The second time, 2 fourth-level Soul Sea realms died. The third time, He Mingda came personally and also returned in failure. Do you all think that we should be happy or not? 4th-level Soul Sea realm? Even 2? Do you take us for rookies who don't know anything? Just the likes of you people can kill 2 4th-level Soul Sea realms? Li Junjie said with a ridiculing smile. Ignorant. The Purple Mansion sect dispatched thousands of martial artists to come and attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Is there a need for me to deceive you on this matter? If you don't believe it, you can try out the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting Grand Array in person, Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng was very proud of the sect protecting Grand Array right now. This kind of Grand Array that could instantly kill Soul Sea Realm experts was seriously satisfying. Beneath the divine traversing realm, it was virtually invincible. Sect protecting Grand Array? You're talking about the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array? Didn't you all lose this set of array formation back then? Qin Yan said with a frown. No comments about that. Humph. If not for the sake of the entire Endless World's safety, would we send people to the Northern Domain? So long as we defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, the Purple Mansion sect can't breach inside all their lives. Luo Qingfeng said. You're saying that there is really another world trying to invade our Endless World? Qin Yan said. The Purple Mansion sect is a chess piece left in the Endless World by the Fierce Gale World. Now that the realm Paas Sageway has already opened up, Fierce Gale World martial artists will attack over here very soon. This matter concerns the grand matter of the entire Endless World's life and death. You people actually still have thoughts of internal conflicts here. Truly don't know life from death. Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Based on the attitudes of Qin Yan and the others, they completely did not believe that there was this matter of another world invading. After all, several thousand years had already said since the previous Great War. Even a sect like the Grand Yen True sect was already buried in the annals of history. The Grand Yen True sect was also to blame for being overly domineering back then, directly sealing the realm Sageway, resulting in the Great War between 2 worlds not class. Hi plus Inganama. S Civ scale. The Endless World martial artists did not suffer a pain which cut deep. Their impression of the other world was not so deep as well. But Yi Yuan believed that those major powers in the Northern Domain should have heard of this segment of history. Except, Meijin most likely did not meet those people when he went over this time. A sea transformation realm martial artist might be powerful enough in the Southern Domain. But placed in the Northern Domain, it was nothing. What a pack of nonsense! Why would there be another world invading for no reason? You said that the Purple Mansion sect were the other world's survivors. What proof is there? Qin Yan said. Yi Yuan had long known that Qin Yan would have such an inquiry. His hands briefly needed a seal. A silhouette suddenly appeared before everyone. Spatial Spirit Artifact. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan trio were all startled. Spatial Spirit artifacts were beloved treasures that everyone would want to get their hands on. Even them, the Northern Domain's top disciples, did not have in their possessions. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually had a spatial spirit artifact, their gaze involuntarily became scorching. Yi Yuan shot a glance and said, "Put away your ideas. Or else, you might not be able to walk out of the Tranquil Cloud sect. This is the slave that I captured in the Fierce Gale World. His name is Lan Feng. Let him talk to you about the fierce Gale World's matters. Yi Yuan already had sea transformation realm strength at present. Even when facing early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, he had sufficient self-preserving strength too. Hence, he did not mind exhibiting the spatial spirit artifact in front of these people. But Yi Yuan's words astonished the trio tremendously. Qin Yen exclaimed in shock, You've been to the other world? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Naturally I've been there before. Lan Feng's divine soul is slightly different from the endless world martial artists. You guys investigate it slightly and should be able to discover some inklings. Qin Yen probed and discovered that Lan Feng's divine soul was indeed slightly different from the endless world martial artists. This shock was tremendous. In his heart, he already believed Yi Yuan's words to a certain extent. Lan Feng, you pick out a few important things about the Purple Mansion sect and the fierce Gale Worlds past for them to hear, Yi Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Lan Feng cupped his hands slightly and started talking. As time passed, the expressions on Qin Yen and the rest became increasingly grim. Turned out that things had already reached such a critical state. They were actually still harboring the mentality of watching the show coming over to the Tranquil Cloud sect this time. After Lan Feng finished talking, Qin Yen trio exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a never-before astonishment. Oh right, Lan Feng did not say it just now. The fierce Gale World is a middle-order small world. The Wind Emperor's strength is boundless realm, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 474. The Qin Yen trio seemed to have something stuck in their throats and were not able to speak for a while. The Qin Yen trio seemed to have something stuck in their throats and were not able to speak for a while. Be boundless realm? You're not joking, right? After a long time, Li Junjie finally recovered but was still filled with incredulity. Joking? Back then, the Grand Yen True sect was 10 times stronger than your Myriad Sword sect. However, the Grand Yen True sect hesitated at nothing to sacrifice the lives of 6 sovereign-level array masters to deploy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Do you think that they had the need to treat their lives jokingly? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The present endless world situation was different. Back then, the Grand Yen True sect reigned supreme, overshadowing all of the sections. Although the Grand Yen True sect's sect master's status was not on par with Zhao Tiannin's, it was not far from the latter either. Even such strength could not resist the previous generation Wind Emperor. What did the Myriad Sword sect even count as? Hiss. The information that Yi Yuan uttered today, the shock it brought them was too intense. Mei Zhen had not spoken more than a few words at the Myriad Sword sect and was detained. Those people did not take it seriously at all. Now Yi Yuan spoke with definite evidence and even let Lan Feng out. It was not up to them to not believe. Like this, isn't our endless world facing imminent danger? Gu Tianyu muttered. Good that you know. But I still have something that I want to ask the three of you. Is my Tranquil Cloud sect's elder Mei Zhen detained by your Myriad Sword sect? Yi Yuan asked with gleaming eyes. One sentence and it dragged the 3 people back to reality. Qin Yen said with a sneer, So what if yes? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said to Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie, Good that it's yes. The 2 of you can head back already. This whatever eldest senior brother Qin Yen will stay in our Tranquil Cloud sect to be a hostage then. Whenever you people release Elder Mei back, he can return to the sect. The 3 people were stunned when they heard these words. Wasn't this punk overestimating his own strength too much? Detaining eldest senior brother? Haha. Really unafraid of the wind spraining your tongue if it blows hard. Do you think that you can keep eldest senior brother with the likes of that first-level Soul Sea Realm sect master? Li Junjie said with a cold laugh. Haha. You all have stayed too long in the southern domain and already became frogs in a well, right? Do you know how formidable eldest senior brother's strength is? Gu Tianyu seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and grinned from ear to ear. Even Qin Yen himself shook his head too and said with a smile, "Overconfident fool." But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "I already said, disciple versus disciple. How could the likes of you all have the qualifications to let sect master take action personally? You? You aren't really thinking that by comprehending the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, you would be my match, right?" Qin Yen stood with his hands behind his back, with a face full of contempt. So what if Yi Yuan comprehended true intent? He likewise comprehended true intent. Furthermore, he was even almost a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Such a great disparity in strength, and this brat was actually thinking of defeating him? Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, "Give it a try then. Such a wildly arrogant boy. Don't lose your life by trying." Gu Tianyu said with a cold snort. But Qin Yen said with a smile, "Interesting. I'll give you this opportunity." "Ha! It's still eldest senior brother magnanimity that is big. I'm going to make a move. You receive it well." 9 swords returned to 1 half-moon slash. Plus, Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, executing the 9 sword stances half-moon slash instantaneously. Following Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the Sea Transformation Realm, his Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword became even stronger. Regardless whether was it the 9 swords stance or the 1,000 flowing petals, they all expended countless amounts of Yi Yuan's energy. The greater one's strength, the greater the might. Back then, Yi Yuan used this one move to place the powerful Zhao Qinggan in a wretched plight. No matter how powerful this Qin Yan's strength was, it could not be stronger than Zhao Qinggan's either. Once Yi Yuan's move was unleashed, the smile on Qin Yan's face was instantly replaced with solemnness. Not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. When this brat was dealing with Li Junjie earlier, he was actually still holding back. 1,000 sword nebulous. Qin Yen immediately put away his belittling heart, using an incomparably swift and fierce martial technique right away. This 1,000 sword nebulous move was an extremely powerful martial technique in the Myriad Sword sect. Coupled with the Myriad Sword sect's cultivation method, it was a top-notch sword move when placed in the Endless World too. The Sea Transformation Realm Yi Yuan displaying the half-moon slash was much stronger than it was in the Fierce Gale World previously. The two attacks collided together instantly. Yet, the half-moon slash breached Qin Yan's 1,000 sword nebulous like Cruz. Plussing dried twigs. Qin Yan's face changed, and he immediately unleashed his movement technique and dodged this attack. What? Elder senior brother's 1,000 sword nebulous actually lost when dueling swords. Li Junjie nearly jumped up when he saw this scene. Eldest senior brother's 1,000 sword nebulous. Even the heavenly martial sects Guotauchuan and the profound ice sects Yin Yen Hua can't possibly resolve it so effortlessly, right? An immense shock was seen in Gu Tianyou's eyes. Qin Yan's expression at present was very nasty. He never could have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually formidable to this sort of degree. Just now, if not for the 1,000 sword nebulous offsetting a portion of the half-moon slash's power, whether or not he could evade was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan, it's you who forced me. I still can't completely control this move with my present realm. Once this move is unleashed, be responsible for your own life and death. Qin Yan's voice divulged an ice-cold intent. Qin Yan pointed his sword at Yi Yuan. The single sword actually miraculously transformed into countless ones. Myriad swords returned to origin. Go to Hell. Qin Yan did not have the composure from before anymore. His face even carried some ferociousness at this moment. But at this time, Yi Yuan's Windfire Violent Blaze transforming dragon similarly finished casting too. The colossal dragon roared as it swept over towards Qin Yan. This Civ dragon was incomparably powerful, instantly engulfing those sword figures clean. But it was not over yet. The Civ dragon hastened over towards Qin Yan. With a rumble, Qin Yan's entire person was blasted flying out, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Eldest senior brother! Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie shouted. When they saw this scene, they were both greatly taken aback from shock and hurriedly went up to support Qin Yan. The pair exchanged a glance, both feeling that it was beyond comprehension. The undefeated eldest senior brother in their eyes was actually defeated in the hands of an unknown brat. Relax. He won't die. I still need him to be a hostage. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came over. Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie were both startled in their hearts. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was like they had seen a ghost. This youth was seriously too scary. Why Yi Yuan's strength is actually formidable to this extent already. Even I'm probably not his match for certain either. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged glances at this time as well. The astonishment in their gazes was not the slightest bit less than the myriad sword sect disciples. Sky Maple was very relieved. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, I'd long foreseen that there would be this day. But I never could have imagined that this day would arrive so quickly. For my tranquil cloud sect to be able to obtain Yi Yuan, it's truly the heavens showing sympathy. Do you all really want to set yourselves against my myriad sword sect? Gu Tianyu's voice carried some quivering. The reason why they dared to come was that they felt that they had the strength to preserve themselves. But looking at it now, this sort of self-confidence was really a joke. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You all don't be mistaken. Elder Mei went to the northern domain to deliver news with good intentions but was detained by you people. This is you people forcing me. I don't wish to cross anybody for no reason. Chapter 475 Do you really dare to imprison eldest senior brother for a puny little C transformation realm martial artist? Do you really dare to imprison eldest senior brother for a puny little C transformation realm martial artist? Li Junjie felt rather incredulous. This Yi Yuan seemed hell-bent on opposing the myriad sword sect. This was simply something that could not be explained by reason. There was actually somebody who dared to fall out with the myriad sword sect. Qin Yan's significance to the myriad sword sect went without saying. If the tranquil cloud sect dared to touch a hair of Qin Yan's, an apocalyptic calamity was definitely unavoidable. Did this boy eat the wrong medicine? Seemed like he already harmed quite a few hairs. Yi Yuan said coldly, Puny little C transformation realm? Aren't you just a C transformation realm too? Moreover, your eldest senior brother might be very important in your eyes, but in my eyes, he isn't worth a fart. Elder Mei's life is way more important than his. As he said, Yi Yuan's aura pressed on and actually made Li Junjie and Gu Tianyu feel chilly. In Yi Yuan's view, these few fellows clearly looked down on everybody SN. Oh Bishli. Mei Zhen might not be considered much in front of them, but to Yi Yuan, he was a very important senior. Yi Yuan experienced hards. HI+PS before rescuing Mei Zhen from the fierce Gale world. He could not very well fall in the myriad sword sect. Madman! You're a madman! Li Junjie turned to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng and said, Could it be that you all want to go crazy together with this boy? If you all dare to detain eldest senior brother today, you have to make the preparations of receiving the wrath of my myriad sword sect. At that time, your tranquil cloud sect will really not have fowls or dogs spared. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's expression both changed. This consequence, they really could not quite bear it. Although Mei Zhen was important but compared to the entire sect. However, Yi Yuan did not give them the opportunity to hesitate. He took a step forward and said with narrowed eyes, Are you threatening me here? Li Junjie was taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura and actually took a step back instinctively. But he reacted very quickly, and his face involuntarily reddened slightly. What's with me? I'm actually frightened? I, a dignified myriad sword sect's disciple, would actually fear this punk? A wave of shame hit in Li Junjie's heart. However, he really had no confidence against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could even defeat Qin Yan. Defeating him was simply like lifting a finger. And no, I didn't mean that. Li Junjie was even somewhat stammering when talking. But Yi Yuan did not care. He took another step forward and said coldly, "Then what did you mean?" "And I was." Li Junjie moved back again but just happened to trip over something, planting his bottom onto the ground. "Humph. My tranquil cloud sect sent people to the northern domain to notify your three great sects with public interests in mind, to warn you all to guard against the invasion of another world. Yet, you held a grudge and detained Elder Mai. If I don't keep a hostage today, Elder Mai would surely find it hard to die with peace of mind. The two of you head back today. If Elder Mai receives a trace of injury, I'll definitely make Qin Yan's life worse than death." Yi Yuan said with a cold grunt. Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie were forced by Yi Yuan's aura and actually mumbled and did not dare to rebuke. The main hall fell into a dead silence. And body dared to make a sound. The Gu Tianyu pair stood there, unable to leave nor stay. It was very awkward. Meanwhile, Sky Maple and Luo Qinfeng and the rest actually felt very liberating in their hearts. During these more than 1,000 years, they withdrew and stood in the southern domain's land, living very aggrievedly. Especially just now, Li Junjie actually used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to deal with Shao Jian, making their dignity suffer tremendous devastation even more so. Back then, the Myriad Sword sect virtually annihilated the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect also greatly damaged their vitality in that battle. That was why they were unable to recover from the setback ever since. Truthfully talking about it, the two sects' enmity could be said to be irreconcilable under the same sky. But the problem was that the Myriad Sword sect was one of the strongest three sects in the entire endless world. The strength was too great. A tiny sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect simply could not afford to provoke. They did not know how Yi Yuan had such tremendous gall to actually dare yank on the Myriad Sword sect's whiskers. However, through that fight earlier, Luo Qinfeng already had a clear realization that Yi Yuan's true combat strength was most likely no longer beneath his. Furthermore, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was saved by Yi Yuan. Whatever Yi Yuan wanted to do now, they were willing to be the backup for Yi Yuan. Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said icily, "Since some friends have arrived, why not show yourselves? If it spreads out, others might think that my Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't know how to receive guests." The expressions of Luo Qinfeng and the rest changed. Somebody snuck into the main hall, and they were actually completely oblivious. A girl dressed in light blue gauze floated down from the roof, making people feel like the temperature in the entire great hall suddenly fell by a few degrees. The girl as cold as frost, but had a beauty that could topple down a nation, and with heavenly fragrance too. Standing there, she gave people a cold and detachment vibe which kept people 1,000 miles away. This was an ice mountain beauty in its true sense. Seeing this woman, Qin Yan Trio's faces changed. Yin Yanhua. When Yi Yuan saw this girl, he could not help being rather surprised. The Tranquil Cloud sect had the sect protecting Grand Array defending. This woman could actually silently sneak into the main hall. Yin Yanhua gave Yi Yuan a graceful bow but did not open her mouth to speak. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "Is your distinguished self still hoping for a fluke in your heart? Since you came, might as well get together. Wouldn't it be lively?" Luo Qinfeng could not help being secretly alarmed. There was actually still somebody. Indeed, when Yi Yuan's voice faded, a young man dressed in long black robes flashed out from the corner. "Guo Taochuan, you all." When Qin Yan saw these two people, he wished that he could find a hole to crawl into. Guo Taochuan took a few more glances at Yi Yuan, but his gaze finally fell on Qin Yan, and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, the Myriad Sword sect's #1 disciple actually suffered a cruce. Ing defeat in the desolate land of the southern domain. I think sending this news back to the northern domain will create a considerable stir." But Qin Yen said with a cold smile, Guotao, stop delighting in my misfortune here. If you have the capabilities, you go and size yourself up with that punk. Guotao froze, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Yi Yuan. He chuckled and said, messing around for so long, you were actually defeated in the hands of this boy? Yin Yanhua and Guotao had just reached the main hall not long and did not see Yi Yuan and Qin Yan's confrontation at all. Guotao even thought that it was Luo Qinfeng who beat Qin Yan to heavy injuries and came out just in time to ridicule. Right then, the Yin Yanhua who did not talk the entire time had a seldom-seen dialogue. That young man isn't simple. Guotao was stunned once again and finally sized up Yi Yuan properly. He originally thought that Yi Yuan could call out Yin Yanhua and himself because there was some array formation inside this main hall. Looking at it now, it did not seem to be that simple. This youth, whose age was not past 16, seemed to be rather extraordinary. Qin Yan's strength, Guotao was all too familiar. Even when encountering ordinary first-level Soul Sea realms, he might not be at a disadvantage. Guotao previously even thought that this tranquil cloud sect master was very strong. That was why Qin Yan was defeated. He did not think that it was actually because of this young man in front of him. This young man was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. Didn't this mean that he could cross a major realm to defeat his opponent? This shock was no trivial matter. Chapter 476, Qin Yan was really injured by you? Guotao asked with a blank look. Qin Yan was really injured by you? Guotao asked with a blank look. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, so what if yes? So what if not? Cough, cough. This. If yes, I want to say. Nicely done. Guotao suddenly changed his tone. Even Yi Yuan did not quite come around hearing his words. When Qin Yan heard these words, he was so furious that he felt a sweetness in his throat. His injuries actually flared up again. He looked at Guotao, Wisconsin H.I. plus-ing that he could eat him alive. This Qin Yan, I've long been displeased by him. It's just that sadly, I couldn't find the chance all along. Now, little brother actually accomplished this wish of mine. It really makes me feel even more cordial. Guotao said with a broad grin. Everybody was stunned. As he spoke, Guotao actually put his arm around Yi Yuan's shoulder. That appearance looked like brothers who had been acquainted for many years. Yi Yuan was still very vigilant at the start. Later, he discovered that this Guotao did not have any ill intent towards him, and so he let him be. Guotao pulled Yi Yuan along and talked a whole bunch. On the whole, they were more or less words which besmirched Qin Yan. Yi Yuan could not tell the truth from false either. Qin Yan listened by the side. His entire face was black like the bottom of a wok. But he was already fish on the chopping block right now, and simply dare not make any movements. This Yi Yuan was a nutcase. He actually dared to provoke the myriad sword sect. If he really offended him hard, there was no guarantee that he would not do anything. Oh, right, I seem to have heard that you guys want to keep Qin Yan behind to be a hostage? Yi Yuan gave Guotao a glance and nodded. Ha, brother, you really have guts. The people that I, Guotao, admire in this lifetime aren't many. You're one of them. Looking at Guotao's manner, it rather looked like being admired by him was so laudable. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him and retorted with a question, who the hell are you? Barging into my tranquil cloud sect's main hall without authorization, I'm afraid that it's a little inappropriate, right? Guotao was not embarrassed either. He said proudly, I'm the heavenly martial sect's eldest disciple, Guotao. This great beauty is the profound ice sect's well-renowned ice cloud fairy, Yin Yanhua. When Guotao introduced Yin Yanhua, his eyes were filled with an ingratiating manner. That appearance was even somewhat fawning. But Yin Yanhua did not buy it at all. She still had an icy appearance, like she totally did not hear Guotauchuan's words at all. But hearing Guotauchuan's introduction, Yi Yuan came to a realization. As it turned out, the Northern Domain's 3 great sects' head disciples actually all converged in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Seemed like Mei Jin's trip wasn't entirely without gains. At least, it made the 3 great sects send people over to investigate it. Yi Yuan took a look at the 3 people and said with a sigh, "You great sect disciples are really leisurely and carefree. Death is already knocking on the door, and you're still playing infighting. Looks like the endless world has been peaceful for too long. Everyone no longer has any gallantness anymore." These words made Guotauchuan stupefied. He asked curiously, "Little brother, what's the meaning of your words? Isn't it somewhat exaggerating just to raise the alarm?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the ice-cold Yin Yanhua also revealed a curious look, uncertain of the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. When Yi Yuan saw the duo's expressions, he knew that Mei Jin's first stop was at the Myriad Sword sect. Moreover, he was even detained, and simply did not have the time to notify the other 2 sections. He shot a fierce glare at Qin Yen and company and said in a cold voice, "Humph! The Myriad Sword sect is really a bunch of fellows who are unable to accomplish anything but adept at ruining things." Ever since becoming aware that the fierce Gale world had a boundless realm powerhouse, Qin Yen Trio knew just how critical the endless world situation was. Being glared at by Yi Yuan at this time, they simply did not dare to retort. If because of detaining Mei Jin resulted in the endless world's overall defeat, the Myriad Sword sect would be the entire endless world's sinners. Seeing the expression of Qin Yen and the others, Guotauchuan and Yin Yanhua became even more suspicious. Was it possible that something big really happened in the Southern Domain? The Purple Mansion sect unifying the Southern Domain did not seem to be something serious either, right? Right away, Yi Yuan recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading briefly to the 2. The 2 people's expression both became unbelievably solemn. They never would have thought that such a thing would actually happen to the endless world. But in front of the steel-like evidence, it was not up to them to not believe. They finally knew now why Yi Yuan scolded the Myriad Sword sect for being unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. "Little brother, if the matter is really as you say, then isn't the endless world in imminent danger?" At this time, Guotauchuan's face no longer had any debauched look. What replaced it was indescribable graveness. "It's not to the extent of on the verge of destruction. Because even if the realm Pa's Sageway is linked together, it can't withstand boundless realm experts Pa's sing through either. If the Wind Emperor wishes to cross the realm Pa's Sageway, he must have sovereign-level array masters reinforcing the realm Pa's Sageway's barrier continuously, all the way until it stabilizes fully. At least, in the short run, the fierce Gale world and the endless world are still in the situation of being evenly matched in strength. But if the endless world is still a pile of loose sand, then this world's destruction is just a matter of time," Yi Yuan said coolly. Guotauchuan revealed a look of realization. The logic that Yi Yuan said was very simple, which was for the endless world to resist the foreign enemy with a united spirit. But Guotauchuan, who resided in the Northern Domain, was deeply aware that this was simply something impossible. The Northern Domain's sects stood in great numbers. Apart from the 3 great sects, there were still many large and small sects of varying sizes. These sects' thoughts were all different. Without a person who could rally hundreds with a single call, there was simply no way of making them put their strength together. If each fought their own battles when the time came, the endless world would really not be far from complete destruction. Hiss. Fortunately, our Heavenly Martial sect and the Profound Ice sect obtained some information, sending the 2 of us to follow Qin Yen all the way here. Or else we would really not know that such an earth-shaking major event actually happened to the endless world. No can do. This matter is much too important. I have to return to inform Lord Sect Master straight away to make plans early." As he said, Guotauchuan turned around and wanted to leave. When he pass, said by Yin Guotao suddenly switched to a smiling face and asked, Ice Cloud Fairy, why not? We head back together? Yin did not even spare him a glance, but took light steps and walked towards Yi Yuan. I wonder what junior brother's name is? Yin asked. Yi Yuan. So, it's junior apprentice brother Yi. If it's in accordance with what junior apprentice brother Yi said, the northern domain has no tenable defensive position anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Doesn't your Tranquil Cloud sect have plans to move north? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This Ice Cloud Fairy was evidently someone with a nimble mind. He did not have the need to hide either, and said with a nod, That's right. We're currently planning to move north. Yin nodded her head slightly when she heard this. She said, Junior apprentice brother Yi detained Qin Yen to be a hostage. The Myriad Sword sect definitely won't let things go. How about my Profound Ice sect provide for shelter for you guys? I wonder what junior apprentice brother Ye's thoughts are? When Yin said this, Qin Yan's expression became even uglier. Fairy Maiden, my Myriad Sword sect has good relations with the Profound Ice sect all along. How can you take such an action arbitrarily? Qin Yan nearly spewed out another mouthful of old blood. At this time, Guotao smacked his head and interjected too. He slung his arm around Yi Yuan again and said, Haha. I hit it off with junior apprentice brother Yi on first sight. How about you come to our heavenly martial sect? Hearing these words, Qin Yan's 2 eyes finally rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 477 Yin and Guotao invited Yi Yuan naturally because they took a fancy on his potential. Yin and Guotao invited Yi Yuan naturally because they took a fancy on his potential. Yi Yuan could defeat Qin Yan, sufficiently showing how great his strength was. With Yi Yuan's age, his accomplishments would surely be boundless in the future. Such a figure naturally had to be roped in early. Seeing Guotao cutting in, Yin surrounding temperature fell several degrees once more. Guotao face changed, and he said obsequiously, Haha, kidding, just kidding. How can our heavenly martial sect have a place to house such a large sect? Yin could not be bothered with Guotao. She said to Yi Yuan, I wonder what junior apprentice brother Ye's opinion is like? The few people present were all the distinguished leaders of the Endless World's junior generation. They were all sharp-minded people. Although those few standing by the sides were the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons, the one truly making the decisions was this young man before their eyes. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with Yin with a faint smile, Thank you very much for Ice Cloud Fairy's good intentions. But about the place to settle down, my Tranquil Cloud sect already has arrangements. A tinge of disappointment flickered across Yinhua's eyes as she said with a sigh, All right then. Since that's the case, Yinhua will take her leave. Finished talking, Yinhua's figure moved, vanished. Ing before everyone. Guotao yelled out, Ice Cloud Fairy, wait for me. Junior apprentice brother Yi, when you go to the northern domain, you have to come to my heavenly martial sect to take a look. I'm leaving too. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This Guotao was really a funny fellow. At this time, there were only the Myriad Sword sect's 3 people left in the main hall. Yi Yuan said coolly, What? Could it be that you all are still planning on staying behind to have a meal? Gu Tianyu looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the unconscious Qin Yan again. For a moment, he was actually at a loss on what to do. Eldest senior brother he. Gu Tianyu gave a smile that was even uglier than crying. Do you feel like I'm joking with you all? Yi Yuan's tone became cold. And no. Then not scramming yet? Seeing that Yi Yuan inclining to fly off the handle, Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie went out of the main hall step by step. At this time, Luo Qingfeng came in front of Yi Yuan and asked worriedly, The Myriad Sword sect is one of the 3 strongest great sects in the northern domain. Just the divine traversing realm experts in their sect numbers quite a few. We captured their eldest disciple. They probably won't take things lying down, right? Yi Yuan said with a frown, I'm the one who sent Elder May over. I have to rescue him back. Sect Master Rest assured. The matter of the realm pa's sageway linking together is also just in these few days. At that time, the myriad sword sect most likely won't have the energy to come and bother with us, a tiny little tranquil cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng had no alternatives. He could only say, fine then. It's up to you to do whatever you want. Grand Elder and I will always be standing behind you to support you. Yi Yuan said smilingly, many thanks for Grand Elders and Sect Master's understanding. Sect Master, the time left to us isn't much already. We have to make the best use of our time to move north. Several days later, beneath the unknown mystic realm's eternal splendor palace. Rumble. With an enormous rumble, the 6 extreme seals grand array fragmented inch by inch. The grand array that guarded the endless world for several thousand years finally collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the entire endless world felt an intense tremor. Everyone all felt like something major was about to happen. Mingda stood respectfully at one side. 5 figures took the lead to enter, crossing the realm pa's sageway. Seeing these 5 people, Mingda bowed all the way down. Fierce Gale World Survivor, Mingda, pay respects to 5 sovereigns. These 5 people were shocking all peak divine traversing realm existences. The one at the helm nodded slightly and said, Arise. You did very well. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is very pleased with you. This is the reward that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, entrusted me to give you before setting off. This elderly person was actually the Shangguan family head who observed Yi Yuan and Zhao Qinggan's battle from a corner of the plaza back then, Shangguan Wenrui. Mingda was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, Many thanks for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's bestowal. Although we have lied low in the endless world for thousands of years, we dare not forget the great duty that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, tasked us to do even for a moment. Having gone through thousands of years, it finally let us find a way to crack the 6 extreme seals grand array. Shangguan Wenrui nodded and suddenly asked, The endless world's southern domain is very important to us. It should have culminated under your Purple Mansion sect, right? But Mingda's expression changed as he said, Sovereign Shangguan, forgive my mistake. Originally, the southern domain was already in the bag. But a remarkably monstrous youth came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. He actually raised the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array to quasi-tier 5 level. The air instantly chilled. Shangguan Wenrui was clearly very displeased by this news. Mingda stood by the side and did not dare to even exhale loudly. This one before his eyes was a peak divine traversing realm powerhouse. Huffing a breath could doom him eternally. That boy called Yi Yuan really screwed him over badly. You, an exalted 7th level Soul Sea Realm martial artist, is actually powerless against a youngster? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, placed such high hopes on you. Is this how you repay him? Shangguan Wenrui said coldly. Mingda sweat profusely and hurriedly explained, Sovereign Shangguan, calm your anger. That young man is indeed too monstrous. Furthermore, I heard that he escaped back to the endless world from the fierce Gale world. Shangguan Wenrui's expression changed, and he immediately thought of Yi Yuan. This endless world youth entered deep into the fierce Gale world by himself, throwing the fierce Gale world into an upheaval, and even retreated in one piece. Speaking of which, it was really inconceivable. After Zhao Tianyun appeared in the plaza on that day, in order to avoid arousing suspicions, Shangguan Wenrui and Shui Hongfei left directly and did not see what happened later. Shangguan Wenrui looked into it afterward as well. But those who stayed at the plaza afterward were practically all dead. Only Ding Liang and Star Abyss's group of people were alive. But all of them did not dare to breathe a word to another soul about what happened on that day. But Shangguan Wenrui speculated that some earth-shaking major thing must have happened for Yi Yuan to be able to escape from Zhao Tiannin's hands. Otherwise, how could a crystal formation realm brat possibly escape from the hands of the boundless realm Wind Emperor? Shangguan Wenrui's complexion was slightly better, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Oh? There's still such a monstrous youth? What's his name called?" He Mingda said, quaking in fear, He's called Yi Yuan." Indeed. Even though he guessed it long ago, Shangguan Wenrui still felt unbelievably shocked. This boy called Yi Yuan was covered in secrets all over. Looks like not just his personal strength was incomparably formidable. He had startling talent in the path of formations too. He Mingda sneaked a glance at Shangguan Wenrui's face. After seeing that he did not show an enraged expression, He Mingda gathered his courage and said, "On that day, I personally escorted the Tranquil Cloud Sect's hostages, wanting to force this punk out of the Grand Array. Who knew that he actually set up an extremely powerful illusionary array outside the gates, and he rescued the people away instead. Furthermore, I heard him saying that his array formation actually came from the Grand Yen True Sect's inheritance. He even said. Shangguan Wenrui narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak." He even said. If the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master had grasped that set of illusionary formation back then, even if His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, came personally, he would return with failure too. He Mingda mopped the cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 478 How could He Mingda know how great a wave Yi Yuan stirred up in the fierce gale world? How could He Mingda know how great a wave Yi Yuan stirred up in the fierce gale world? He was still desperately absolving his charges, hoping to gain Shangguan Wenrui's understanding. In truth, Shangguan Wenrui did not blame him long ago. But Shangguan Wenrui did not tell He Mingda either. The matter of Yi Yuan causing mayhem in the central capital was not very glorious after all. Shangguan Wenrui did not speak, seemingly contemplating something. After a long time, he finally said slowly, "You said that. That Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array?" He Mingda hurriedly said, "Yes. Subordinate also doesn't know how he, a sea transformation realm brat, can deploy a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. But we really suffered considerably on this Grand Array." Shangguan Wenrui nodded slightly and was not very surprised by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. "This period of time, have you been sending people to watch the Tranquil Cloud sect all along? Don't let them escape," Shangguan Wenrui said. "Sovereign Shangguan rest assured. Subordinate arranged countless informants around the vicinity of the Tranquil Cloud sect. If there's any bit of rustle of leaves in the wind, they will report promptly," He Mingda hurriedly said. Shangguan Wenrui said, "Since that's the case, send a divine traversing realm expert over, and you can crack this Grand Array." As he said, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and said to a first-level divine traversing martial artist, "Yunrong, you make a trip with Sect Master He. If there's a possibility, bring that boy back for me to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms." That Yunrong bowed and said, "Yes, family head." He Mingda was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He had suffered a huge loss in Yi Yuan's hands. Now that there was a divine traversing realm expert backing him up, what was he still afraid of? Several days later, in front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates, Shangguan Yunrong stood in the air. Behind him stood He Mingda. "It's this Grand Array that you all couldn't crack even by mustering up the entire sect's strength?" Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. He Mingda sweated heavily and said, "Yes. Subordinate is incompetent. Yi Yuan, that boy, is incredibly sinister. He really isn't easy to deal with." Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly but did not say anything. Yi Yuan's great name, he had naturally heard of it before as well. Ever since the great battle between Yi Yuan and Zhao Qinggan, Shangguan Lingyun seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, cultivating day and night continuously. As Shangguan Lingyun's senior, Shangguan Yunrong naturally took it all into his eyes. This battle, Shangguan Lingyun took the initiative to request for it and was already on the way here. Presumably, hearing Yi Yuan this name once more, Shangguan Lingyun would be very excited. But he heard that Yi Yuan already broke through to the sea transformation realm. This made Shangguan Yunrong rather surprised. Yi Yuan had immensely powerful combat strength at the crystal formation realm. Now that he broke through to the sea transformation realm, even if Shangguan Lingyun imped into Yi Yuan, he was most likely not his match either. With such an sable opponent, it was truly terrifying. Hence, the best method was to destroy this opponent. Shangguan Yunrong extended his hand and gestured. Horrifying energy instantly concentrated on his palm. When He Mingda behind him saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. This was the power of a divine traversing realm expert. Clearly it was not targeting him, yet it made his heart palpitate. Go! Shangguan Yunrong lightly spat out a word from his mouth. His attack instantly landed on the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. It was only to hear a loud bang. The Grand Array actually gave off a series of cracking sounds. Shangguan Yunrong had a calm and collected look the entire time. However, at this time, his face slightly revealed astonishment. Quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array is it? Indeed. Quite capable. This attack of his looked played down, but how could a divine traversing realm expert's attack be simple? This attack virtually employed 70% of Shangguan Yunrong's powers, and it actually did not breach the Grand Array in one blow. It could be seen how great this Grand Array's power was. Rumble! Shangguan Yunrong attacked again. This time, the Grand Array collapsed with a loud bang. When those Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of them was flushed red with excitement. They had already waited far too long for this day. When the Grand Array broke, those Purple Mansion sect disciples were like pumped with blood. Hi+ing over towards Spirit Blessing Mountain. He Mingda, who was standing behind Shangguan Yunrong, was similarly very eager. This time, he would definitely flay the skin and tear out the tendons of Yi Yuan, that punk. Could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Shangguan Yunrong did not move. He was only responsible for breaking the formation. He naturally would not lower his dignity and charge ahead. Roughly an hour later, a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse flew before the two people. His expression was very ugly. When He Mingda saw this scene, his heart involuntarily thumped. Could it be that something unforeseen happened again? Lord Yunrong, sect master, inside the Tranquil Cloud sect is void of people. All of the records and medicinal pills are all gone. We already turned the Spirit Blessing Mountain inside out and didn't even see a ghost. What? How is that possible? He Mingda became agitated and nearly fell down. That Soul Sea Realm's expression was ugly as he said, "We already sent people to search all of the mountain peaks over. There are indeed not a soul inside. This. Lord Yunrong. I clearly arranged countless informants. Why didn't a single one of them see people leaving the Tranquil Cloud sect?" He Mingda was shocked beyond words. Could this group of people fly to the skies and tunnel underground? Shangguan Yunrong did not look too surprised. When he heard this, he gave a chuckle instead and said, "Sect master," he asked me, "but who do I ask? Alright, since this Tranquil Cloud sect is already uninhabited, then let's head back home." As he said, Shangguan Yunrong directly turned around and flew away, leaving behind the He Mingda, who had yet to recover. Regarding this result, although Shangguan Yunrong was surprised, he felt that it was within reason too. To be able to throw the central capital into upheaval and even startle the Wind Emperor, and he could even swagger back to the endless world. How could such a character be captured so easily? At this time, in Breaking Dawn City tens of thousands of miles away from the tranquil cloud sect, several young martial artists dressed in plain clothing slowly entered the city. Breaking Dawn City was a frontier town in the tranquil Cloud 10 Nations state of Yen, contiguous to the endless forest. Since ancient times, it was the gathering place for countless martial artists. Once I think about those Purple Mansion sect fellows' faces, I get incredibly excited, said a young martial artist excitedly. This cicada casting off its S.A.E.L. of junior apprentice brother Yi was indeed executed beautifully. Those fierce Gale World fellows expended such a great price to charge into the tranquil cloud sect. In the end, they didn't even get to gain a single hair. There's probably no need to mention how gloomy they are, said another young martial artist. Those fierce Gale World trash probably never even dreamed that junior apprentice brother Yi could actually construct a miniature transmission array. Although it's only a short 100-mile distance, but to dodge those informers, it's more than sufficient. Those whistleblowers' eyes were polished until they shone, but they didn't know that we left the tranquil cloud sect long ago. These few people were shockingly Yi Yuan and company who escaped from the tranquil cloud sect. This group of people included Tian Yu, Mo Yuntian, Ti Wujiu, and the rest. Except, the outfits on them were very plain. People would mistaken them to be ordinary demonic beast hunters. Chapter 479. Although the realm PAS.Sageway did not link up, large numbers of low-level martial artists had already flooded in from the fierce Gale World. Although the realm PAS.Sageway did not link up, large numbers of low-level martial artists had already flooded in from the fierce Gale World. The Purple Mansion sect already controlled virtually all of the secular world nations in the southern domain through these low-level martial artists. After the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples escaped out of the Tranquil Cloud sect through the miniature transmission array, under Yi Yuan's arrangements, they organized themselves into multiple groups. They disguised themselves as the bottommost level ordinary martial artists and scattered around Hi+ing to some frontier cities. And Yi Yuan's batch of people was the final batch. The transmission arrays connecting to and fro the southern domain and the northern domain were mostly built in these border cities. Of course, these transmission arrays were already controlled by the Purple Mansion sect now without exception. What the Tranquil Cloud sect could defend was just the sect gate. The mortal world kingdoms they already had no strength to attend to. After the realm PAS.Sageway linked up, large numbers of low-level martial artists flooded in. This kind of a strategic point, it was naturally impossible for the Purple Mansion sect to let it go. Even the out-of-the-way Breaking Dawn City was no exception. Basically, these cities all had C transformation realm experts holding the fort now, controlling the transmission arrays tightly. Right now, these frontier cities' characteristics were all the same: easy to enter, hard to leave. Those who came in from the northern domain through the transmission array were totally ignored. But them wanting to return was extremely difficult. Every frontier town had high-level C transformation realms holding the fort. Ordinary people simply could not cross. If not because Soul C realm martial artists were too rare, the Purple Mansion sect would even send Soul C realm martial artists to hold down the fort in these frontier towns. However, high-level C transformation realms were already immensely powerful existences in the southern domain. Apart from those big sects' upper echelons, ordinary martial artists that could beat them were in the minority. Even one of the 8 great sects like the Tranquil Cloud sect only had extremely few people who could forcefully carve out a path to. Moreover, they could not guarantee that the high-level C transformation realms would not destroy the transmission arrays. It was also this cicada shedding its S.A.E.L. move by Yi Yuan which surprised the Purple Mansion sect greatly. These border towns' garrison had yet to come around to it. Or else, them wanting to break through these obstacles would be extremely arduous. During these few days' time, The Tranquil Cloud sect had already split into a number of batches and sneaked into these border towns, as well as scheduling to take action today together to forcefully break through. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, these two people, were Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Dealing with sea transformation realms was naturally a cinch. Breaking Dawn City had Yi Yuan holding the fort here. Dealing with a late-stage sea transformation realm was naturally not a big issue as well. Many people think that setting up transmission arrays is a colossal project. Actually, setting up a miniature transmission array that can only accommodate 3 to 5 people pa sing through, furthermore, just transmitting 100 miles away, isn't something difficult. But the usage of this sort of transmission arrays is very limited. Martial artists who move fast can reach before 2 hours. Hence, the uses of this kind of transmission array are exceptionally few and remarkably easy to overlook. This is also considered a shadow under the light, I guess, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Hee, what a fine shadow under the light. Junior apprentice brother Yi, not only is your strength outstanding, this boldness and breadth of spirit are even a cut above others. If there weren't you around, even if we had guarded the Tranquil Cloud sect, it would still be hard to escape death in the end. Tianyu said. Yeah. If not for this strategy of a cicada shedding its S8 EL, the Purple Mansion sect would definitely react right away, informing the frontier towns to intercept us. Once they wreck the transmission array, it will also be hard to fly even with wings. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan just smiled and changed the topic. He said, we'd best go to the transmission array area to take a look first. We arranged to make a move tonight with Sect Master they all. Figuring out the transmission array's surrounding situation first is better. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed in the direction of the transmission array together. Although Breaking Dawn City was remote, heaven was high in this place, and the Emperor far away. The state of Yan's control over here was very weak instead. Due to there being many demonic beast hunters going in and out of the endless forest here, the Breaking Dawn City was very prosperous. It was precisely under such a situation that the Breaking Dawn City's martial artists' strength was quite formidable. Everywhere on the streets, Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could be seen. There were even a small number of early-stage Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Hence, Yi Yuan and these people wandering around in the city would not draw many people's eyes. There were marketplaces everywhere here. Martial artists set up stalls spontaneously on the street. Yi Yuan and the others said through 2 Street. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps in front of a stall. The stall owner was a Crystal Formation Realm old man, looking rather plain with nothing attractive. Old man, how is this herbal GRAS of yours sold? Yi Yuan pointed to a stock of GRAS on the stall and inquired. That old man was currently bored to death. Seeing that somebody came over to buy stuff, he shot a glance at Yi Yuan faintly and said, 50 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals. I don't take low-grade essence crystals. What? A stock of quasi-tier 4 herb, you're selling for 50 middle-grade essence crystals? Why don't you go and rob people? Tianyu nearly jumped up hearing that. That old man was disinclined to even spare Tianyu a glance as he said indifferently, up to you to buy or not. Get lost if you're not buying. Don't interfere with this old man's sleep. But Yi Yuan casually retrieved 50 middle-grade essence crystals and said, this is 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Your elderly self can do the counting. When that old man saw Yi Yuan fish out 50 middle-grade essence crystals without even blinking, his eyes involuntarily glinted, and he immediately perked up. There were quite a few stall owners who saw this scene and could not help commenting respectively. Truly, fools are wealthy. This herb's origins are unknown, and nobody can name it at all, let alone anybody who knows its usage. This boy isn't buying it back to feed pigs, right? Chi-hi, this old fellow already asked all the high-rank alchemists in the city. and, oh, body can recognize this herb at all. This boy is still so young. Don't tell me that he recognizes this herb's use. Might be some wealthy family's disciple from somewhere with too much money to burn. This kind of dummies I've seen plenty. You looked at the badge on his chest. Still just an alchemy master. Wonder what is he buying this quasi-tier 4 herbal GRA back for? These days there are really all kinds of idiots. The name of the herb couldn't even be called out. Naturally, there was no one who knew what kind of medicinal pill it could be used to refine. Furthermore, this herb only had one stalk. Even if somebody wanted to use to experiment, it was not possible to experiment out anything either. This old fellow called Chi Hai already put up a stall here for a month. But this herb could not sell at all. A stalk of herbal GRAS that simply had no usage. No matter how cheaply he sold it, it was not possible to spend this wrongful money too. Earlier, seeing Yi Yuan inquire about this stock of herbal GRAS, Chi Hai anyhow gave a price, 50 middle-grade essence crystals. It could already almost purchase a stock of tier 4 medicinal herb. He totally did not think that Yi Yuan would buy. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his brows, pulling out 50 middle-grade essence crystals instead. Chi Hai sat up and could not help sizing up Yi Yuan. A while later, this old man suddenly gave a smile and said, I was muddled with sleep just now. This stock of herbal GRAS should be 100 middle-grade essence crystals. When these words came out, those fellow apprentices around Yi Yuan were immediately filled with killing intent. This old man was completely setting price on the spot. How was this doing business? This was simply robbing money. In just a short while, the price doubled. Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, Done. 100 pieces mean 100. Chapter 480. This unknown tier 4 herbal GRAS was called Daughter Green GRAS. This unknown tier 4 herbal GRAS was called Daughter Green GRAS. This kind of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb was naturally not some rare object. But it was a rare thing in the endless world. In some medicinal theory records, including the Herbal Compendium, there were simply no records regarding the Daughter Green GRAS. Those so-called high-rank alchemists not recognizing it was also normal. The reason why Yi Yuan took a fancy on this Daughter Green GRAS was that this was one of the core ingredients for a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the Purple Heart Soul Luring Pill. This Purple Heart Soul Luring Pill was precisely the upgraded version of the Soul Luring Pill. It was used to break through to the Soul Sea realm. Except, this Purple Heart Soul Luring Pill's medicinal effects was on an entirely different level from the Soul Luring Pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not just use the garbage Soul Luring Pill for his own breakthrough. Encountering the Daughter Green GRAS was just perfect at this time. He obviously had to put it in his bag. Furthermore, Yi Yuan more or less knew some things about the endless world's alchemy world. The value of this Daughter Green GRAS was absolutely worth 100 middle-grade essence crystals. This thing was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to ordinary tier 4 medicinal herbs. Furthermore, due to this Daughter Green GRAS being exceptionally scarce in the endless world, an object was valued in proportion to its rarity. Yi Yuan did not feel that this price was too ridiculous. It was just that the way others saw it, Yi Yuan naturally became a sucker who was foolish but wealthy. When Chi Hai saw the 100 middle-grade essence crystals, his eyes immediately lit up, and his entire person became alert, becoming like a different person from that previously lethargic appearance. One had to know that 100 middle-grade essence crystals was roughly equivalent to the price of a tier 4 medicinal herb already. Yet, how could tier 4 medicinal herbs be so easy to acquire? A quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb selling at the price of a tier 4 medicinal herb. Where should one go to find this kind of bargain? Hehe. Young man, I see that you have such cultivation at a young age. Definitely a prodigious talent with discerning eyes like burning torches. This herbal GRAS of mine was SN. ATC head from the mouth of a tier 4 demonic beast. I nearly died in its belly. Fortunately, this old man I ran fast. So 100 middle-grade essence crystals really isn't considered expensive, Chi-Hai said in all smiles. But when everyone saw Chi-Hai's manner, they had a contemptuous look. This fellow was only crystal formation realm cultivation. How could he possibly SN ATC H such a herbal GRAS from the hands of a tier 4 demonic beast? Even a fool also knew that this was bluffing that youngster. However, wasn't that young man a fool? Indeed, Yi Yuan actually nodded his head and said, "Ho, elderly person, I believe you." A series of snickers sounded all around. But Yi Yuan thought otherwise in his heart. But towards these ignorant people, he obviously would not go and explain anything either. Yi Yuan knew that the daughter green GRAS indeed had a kind of companion beast whose strength was comparable to middle-stage C transformation human martial artists. This old man Chi-Hai being able to return alive was already very fortunate. People become shrewd as they get older. Even though this old man only had crystal formation realm strength, he might have some special life-preserving means. Therefore, 100 middle-grade essence crystals was indeed not considered expensive. Since that's the case, then let's close the deal? Chi-Hai was afraid that Yi Yuan would renege and hastily said, "Ha! Done." The two people concluded it. Yi Yuan was just about to collect that daughter green GRAS when all of a sudden a discordant voice sounded out. "This medicinal herb, I want it. 150 middle-grade essence crystals." A young man suddenly cut in rudely and directly raised 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Seeing this young man, the other stall owners all sensibly shut their mouths, feeling like he was like a plague. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he saw the situation. This punk was clearly making things difficult for him. "Elderly person, I offer 200. Yi Yuan said coolly. Competing in essence crystals, Yi Yuan really did not fear anyone. Previously in the unknown mystic realm, Yi Yuan extorted a large sum of essence crystals from the Heavenly Sky sect. Later on in the Fierce Gale world, the Shao family also gifted a large sum of essence crystals in order to thank Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan basically did not touch them. This punk was competing in wealth with him? He was going to freaking regret it. 250, the youth spoke again. At this, the people watching the show by the side could not hold back and unwittingly burst into laughter abruptly. Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard that. Was this punk a joker here to amuse everyone? Seeing everyone snickering, the youth failed to react to it for some time. A fourth level C transformation guard behind him hurriedly moved closer and whispered a few words beside his ear. The youth came to realize the truth abruptly, and he could not help flues. Hi+ing with shame. He shot a vicious glare at the surroundings and said angrily, "Laughing at what? Do you believe I'll smash all of your stalls if you keep laughing? Make my father take in your stalls and make you all unable to have a foothold in Breaking Dawn City?" Those stall owners seemed to really submit to this and immediately put away their smiles. That youth smiled proudly seeing the situation and shot Yi Yuan a glance like he was demonstrating his power. Yi Yuan guessed that this young man's tie was special too, but he himself was born a silk pants. Could it be that he was still afraid of a silk pants loafing around? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Elderly person, we can't afford to offer 250. We'll offer 300. Haha. I offer 500. This medicinal herb is rich in essence energy. I think it's pretty good. Going back and eating it should increase a fair amount of essence energy," said the young man haughtily. Yi Yuan was speechless. This punk actually wanted to eat the daughter green GRAS raw. truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts. The majority of medicinal herb could actually be eaten raw. But extremely few people would do that, because it was just too wasteful. Furthermore, according to the attribute differences in essence energy that martial artists cultivate, some medicinal herbs could even clash with the cultivation method trained in, getting half the results with twice the effort, and even affecting cultivation. This punk was full of SHI+T. He was purely finding trouble. Yi Yuan obviously did not know that this youth just liked to find things to do when he was idle. Speaking of which, it was slightly similar to Yi Yuan's predecessor. This young man was called Jin Peng, and he was the Breaking Dawn City's city lord's, Jin Feng's, son. This Breaking Dawn City's city lord was at the 7th level C transformation cultivation. This was already rather impressive in a mortal world's country. It was even more powerful than some great sect's elders. In truth, although this Breaking Dawn City belonged to the state of Yen in name, actually, it was simply a country within a country. Jin Feng always listened to orders but did not serve. If there wasn't the tranquil cloud sect this Leviathan pressuring here, this Jin Feng even had the possibility of crowning himself as king. This Jin Peng relied on his old man's power and frequently engaged in lawlessness, harming martial artists. In the course of time, he became notorious. And his old man, Jin Feng, also indeed had a card to play. These martial artists who set up stalls had to go through the city lord manor's consent and get a piece of plaque before they were permitted to operate. This plaque was very low quality. Moreover, the effective period was only a month. But it needed to collect fees of 50 low-grade essence crystals to 50 middle-grade essence crystals, according to the differences in the stall owner's realm. How could the martial artists that come here to set up stalls number less than 100,000? Just the costs of purchasing the plaque was a rather terrifying figure. But Jin Feng's strength was extremely formidable. These stall owners could only endure the fate of being exploited. Hearing this Jin Peng's offer, Yi Yuan's brows unwittingly furrowed. This punk increased the price without even thinking about it. He was intentionally causing trouble. Doing it this way, regardless of how much he called out, he would probably keep on increasing too. Could it be that he had to resort to force? Young Master Jin, this medicinal herb, I've already sold it to him. No matter how high the price you offer, I won't sell it either. What everyone did not expect was that Chi-Hai, this old fellow, actually opened his mouth to speak at this time. Chapter 481. What? Old man, you say it one more time. What? Old man, you say it one more time. Jin Peng even thought that he heard wrongly. In this Breaking Dawn City, there were actually still people who dared to not sell things to him? Chi-Hai said with a faint smile, Young Master Jin, really sorry about it. Before you came just now, I've already agreed upon a price with this little brother. According to the rules, the transaction between us is already considered complete. It isn't nice to renege. If the rules are broken, this old man, I won't have the face to keep a foothold in this line in the future. Hearing Chi-Hai's words, even Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This old man's performance before this was enough to leave people an impression that he only sought profits. But the two of them already raised the price to 500 middle-grade essence crystals right now, and this old man still wanted to sell to him instead? Jin Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze when looking at Chi-Hai revealed killing intent. You're afraid that you won't have the face to keep a foothold? Do you believe that I will take away your plaque right now and make you have no way of having a foothold here? Jin Peng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. But Chi-Hai had an indifferent look as he said, Hee, this place doesn't want to keep this lord. There will naturally be a place that will. Although I, Chi-Hai, love essence crystals, I cherish my feathers more. As he spoke, Chi-Hai ignored the sullen Jin Peng, turned to Yi Yuan and said, This little brother, these essence crystals, I'll accept them. You take the medicinal herb. But Yi Yuan's impression of this old man was overhauled, and he said with a smile, All right. This herbal GRA. SS, I'll keep it. As for the price, I'll give you 500 middle-grade essence crystals as it is appropriate. Chi-Hai waved his hand and said, No need, no need. Since we've already settled on the price, then it's a done deal. This old man, I won't take an additional piece of essence crystal. 100 means 100. Yi Yuan did not think that this old fellow was actually a person with such principles. He actually really just took 100 middle-grade essence crystals. Since the old man himself insisted on it, Yi Yuan could not very well force the other party to take extra. But Yi Yuan knew that Chi-Hai had already thoroughly offended this Silk Pants. This Silk Pants probably would not let Chi-Hai walk out of Breaking Dawn City alive. Yi Yuan was such a person. Others gave him an inch of respect, he would return them a foot. He already made the decision to ensure this old man's safety. Chi-Hai, this crystal formation realm powerhouse, was still a little weak in the Breaking Dawn City. Yet, when Jin Peng saw that these two people completely paid him no heed and directly completed the transaction, he had long flown into a great rage. He smiled coldly at this time and said, Good, excellent. In this Breaking Dawn City, this is actually my first time encountering such B.A.L.L.S.Y. people. Yu Qing, take this old man down for me. I want to see if he's really so principled. Yu Qing was naturally the 4th level C transformation guard behind him. This was Jin Peng's gold medal hired thug. Following Jin Peng, he naturally committed substantial crimes. Of course, he obtained considerable benefits too, acquiring quite a bit of cultivation resources. That was how he broke through to the 4th level C transformation. Yu Qing's strength was enough to place in the top 10 when looking at the entire Breaking Dawn City as well. Among the people present, there was only him, one middle stage C transformation realm. Who would Jin Peng fear? Yu Qing was just about to make a move when Yi Yuan took a light step, blocking perfectly between Yu Qing and Chi-Hai. This old man, I'm protecting him, Yi Yuan said coolly. A hint of sneer flashed across the corner of Jin Peng's mouth as he said, Take care both of them. Yes. Yu Qing was likewise itching for a fight. He had already gradually become fond of this feeling of abusing people. Following Jin Peng, he could do as he pleased in this Breaking Dawn City. Sigh. This boy is foolish and rich. To think that he's still quite loyal to friends. It's just that he's kind of dumb. What a pity. This Jin Peng is a little overlord. Who in the Breaking Dawn City dares to provoke him? Beat the young one, and the old one will come. This is the scariest part. Where is there a need for the old one to come out? This checkpoint right in front might not be Pa's. Sable. I reckon that this boy cracked himself up to have some strength and thinks that he can cross boundaries to battle. But the person he's facing is someone at the middle stage C transformation realm. This boy definitely comes from a Silk Pants background too. The experts in the family all humored him, that's why he thinks that he's impressive. In truth, they are all completely flowers grown in a greenhouse, snapping once they come out. Seeing that the scene was gradually losing control a little, many stall owners started discussing. Evidently, body was optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their eyes, Yi Yuan and Jin Peng should be around the same. Both were with a Silk Pants background. It was just that Jin Peng brought along a middle stage C transformation realm. Was Yi Yuan dumb? Of course, they guessed the opening but could not guess the ending. Yi Yuan indeed came from a Silk Pants background, but this Silk Pants, was a heaven-defying Silk Pants. Yu Qing snickered. The strength of middle stage C transformation realm erupted entirely. A punch smashed towards Yi Yuan's face. This kind of direct abusing was even more satisfying for people. Yi Yuan's seniors and juniors watched this scene calmly all the way. The instant Yu Qing punched out, Tian Yu curled his mouth disdainfully and spat out a word from his mouth. Dumb *SS. A 4th level C transformation realm dared to posture in front of Yi Yuan. It was purely the action of courting doom. Yi Yuan did not move all along. He just quietly watched Yu Qing, watching him display that garish punch. Just as that violent storm-like punch was about to smash onto Yi Yuan's face, Yi Yuan lightly extended a finger. Yu Qing did not think that a first-level C transformation dared to be so overbearingly haughty in front of him. In his mind, this Yi Yuan was truly courting death to the extreme. "Go and die," Yu Qing said with a hideous grin. One punch and one finger would be you. MP together just like this. This sight in everybody's imagination did not appear. Yu Qing's violent aura instantly vanished into nothing the moment it came into contact with Yi Yuan's finger. The expression on Yu Qing's face froze there, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Ah! Yu Qing suddenly gave a miserably cry, his entire person crumbling softly onto the ground. Everyone stared fixedly and saw that Yu Qing's chest was already covered in fresh blood. What kind of situation is this? A finger crippled a 4th level C transformation? My eyes aren't blurry, right? That boy, is he really 1st level C transformation? So strong. I've seen that Yu Qing attack before. He's very strong. He was actually defeated by that boy's one finger? Many people all felt that their eyes were blurry. Yi Yuan's body clearly did not undulate any aura. He just used his finger to lightly poke Yu Qing's fist, and Yu Qing ended up like this? This was a 4th level C transformation realm. Why did he look like cotton candy? The eyes that these people looked towards Yi Yuan with again all carried thick fear. Yi Yuan did not bother with the Yu Qing on the ground. His gaze turned towards Jin Peng. Jin Peng was already dumbfounded with shock by this scene. At this time, he suddenly detected Yi Yuan's gaze, and could not help shuddering all over. "Don't you? You don't come over." Jin Peng repeatedly retreated in fear. Yi Yuan looked at Jin Peng and suddenly beamed and said, "Silk Pants is it? Her. I'm the ancestor of Silk Pants." Seeing that ill-intent smile of Yi Yuan's, Jin Peng felt very ominous. You! What are you trying to do? Haha! You'll know very soon, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Chapter 482 At the City Lord Manor. At the City Lord Manor, a semi-clad woman in extremely thick makeup was panting endlessly in the embrace of a man in luxurious black robes. "Ah! City Lord, Your Excellency, you're so naughty." "Haha! This is called naughty? There are still naughtier things at the back." "I just like you to be bad." Jin Feng was just about to go further when he was interrupted by an extremely disharmonious sound. Reporting. A manservant barged inside dragging his tone, kneeling on the ground with a slam. "City Lord, Your Excellency, things are bad." Jin Feng's face fell and he said, "What is it? Kicking up such a fuss? This Breaking Dawn city is already under the rule of the Purple Mansion sect at present. What major thing can there be?" City Lord, Your Excellency. Young Master he, said the manservant as he panted heavily. Jin Feng's expression changed. Plussing away the woman in his arms, he stood up and asked, "What happened to young master? Is it possible that there are still people who dare to touch Peng'er in this Breaking Dawn city?" Young master his essence energy got sealed by someone and then hung on the city gates. A strip of cloth is even hung on him. On it was written. Can you King say finish in one breath or not? Quickly speak. What was written? Jin Feng grabbed the manservant's collar and asked. "This lowly one dare not say," said the manservant timidly. "Talk. Otherwise I'll smack you to death in one palm." Jin Feng roared. "Ah. Don't. I'll talk. On it was written. I'm a tortoise's son." Bang. Jin Feng clapped that manservant into minced meat with one palm. "I want to take a look if there's anybody more arrogant than me in this Breaking Dawn city. Saying that Peng'er is a tortoise's son, doesn't that rope your father together into the scolding?" Looks like my Jean Feng's temper these 2 years has been too good. There are already people that dare to not appreciate it and become unbridled. Finished talking, Jean Feng rushed out with a swoosh. There were streams of people below the city gate. Many people were gesturing and pointing. Who's that young man? Such great nerves to actually dare make fun of Jean Peng, this little overlord? Don't care who it is. Either way, it really vents our anger this time. This punk normally played the tyrant. Finally, there's somebody who came out to control him. Haha. That's true. This father and son pair are like vampires, cheating us of how many essence crystals in the past? You look at what's written there. Haha. An old tortoise. A tortoise's son. Really vivid. Jean Feng was powerful. The City Lord Manor had as many experts as Cloud. These bottom-level martial artists normally dare not resist at all. Today, there was someone helping them vent their anger. They naturally felt liberating in their hearts. Yi Yuan stood on top of the city gates, one leg stepping on a rope. The other end of the rope was tied onto a leg of Jean Peng's, looking really like some silk pants playing around. Jean Peng was still reluctant to admit fault in the beginning. But his essence energy was sealed by Yi Yuan. Currently, he was no different from normal people. Being yo-yoed up and down by Yi Yuan a couple of times, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. At the end, his entire person fainted and was now unconscious. The martial artists below were all incomparably excited when they saw this scene and gave off a series of praises. All of a sudden, an extremely strong pressure pounced from facefront. Everyone chose to shut their mouths sensibly. They all knew who came. Punger. Jean Feng saw Jean Peng being dangled on the city walls from a long way, and was so furious that he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. He came to not far away from Yi Yuan and stood in the air, saying in a cold voice, "Punk, you really have such great gall. To actually dare provoke somebody who is far superior in power?" Yi Yuan smirked and said, "It's your son who provoked me first. Sorry, I hate others being even more silk pants than me the most." Seeing Yi Yuan so arrogant, Jean Feng flared up even more. "Brat, quickly let Punger down. Or else, I'll make you die without a complete corpse." Jean Feng's killing intent was already not concealed in the slightest. The next scene made everyone dumbfounded from shock. Yi Yuan gave an "oh," and then he actually lifted up his leg. Breaking Dawn City was a massive frontier town. Hence, the city gates were constructed very grandly. Earlier, Jean Peng was moved by Yi Yuan to the highest point of the city gates, and was several hundred feet away from the ground. In just a blink of an eye, after Yi Yuan lifted his leg, everyone could hear a huge slam. Jean Peng's head smashed straight onto the ground. With this, even Jean Peng, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, did not react to it. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would have a verbal exchange with Jean Feng and say a few fierce words. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually be so obedient and directly let go of the rope? Why did you release the rope?" Jean Feng said, currently enraged. But Yi Yuan said blankly, "Huh? Didn't you say to let me release him just now?" Puff! Jean Feng nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "I asked you to release, but I didn't ask you release him that way." Jean Peng's essence energy was sealed and totally could not muster essence energy to protect the body. Hence, Jean Peng directly had intimate contact with the ground through his fragile fleshy body. Although martial artists' bodies were extremely robust under the nourishment of essence energy, it was still a flesh and blood human body in the end. He directly tumbled down from a height of several hundred feet. Moreover, it was even head landing on the ground. Oh, forgot to tell you. I poured in quite a bit of essence energy just now into the rope. That's why it fell so quickly. You quickly take a look at him. Don't let him fall to his death." Yi Yuan's words were bent on shocking people to death. Jean Feng's figure swayed, and he nearly fell down from the air. This punk was absolutely deliberate. You've got guts, boy. You'll regret the things that you did today. Jin Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred as he glared at Yi Yuan finish talking. He leaped, arriving by Jin Peng's side instantaneously. The ground was stone bricked. Currently, the stone bricks were already smashed to dust by Jin Peng's head. Jin Peng's head directly entered the ground, leaving only half of his body still on the surface, a reverse living onion. Since the start earlier, Jin Peng did not even give off a mumble. This made Jin Feng's heart give birth to a hint of foreboding premonition. If it were a normal fall, Jin Peng would not be in a situation to the extent where he could not even give off a wail. But that boy actually poured essence energy into the ropes. That speed earlier was exceedingly swift. Even he was not able to react to it. By then, Jin Peng already dropped down. Jin Feng raised his hand to pull his son out from the ground, but saw that Jin Peng's entire head was a bloody mess. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. Seeing his son in such a wretched state, Jin Feng's killing intent surged towards the skies. "Come, men!" Jin Feng yelled out. Two martial artists rushed out from the crowd very soon. "City Lord, Your Excellency! Send Punger back to the City Lord Manor for me. Find people to treat him at once," Jin Feng said in a low voice. Yes. Those two martial artists carried Jin Peng away very quickly. Jin Feng's expression became even more somber too. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not stop them. Seeing Jin Feng come in front of him again, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Why the superfluous action? Actually, I dealt my blow very properly. Jin Peng can just be an idiot from now on. There's no need for him to come out and harm people. You. Poo work." This time, Jin Feng was really angered until he vomited blood. He had been the Breaking Dawn City's city lord for so many years. Today, he was actually being toyed around in the hands of this boy before his eyes. How could people accept this? "Boy, you're digging your own grave here," Jin Feng said word by word. Chapter 483 Haha. "I am digging a grave. But it's dug for you," said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. "Haha. I am digging a grave. But it's dug for you," said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. "What a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be stubborn in a while." Jin Feng's hand suddenly appeared a ringed great saber. Killing intent surged towards the skies without being concealed at all. When those martial artists below were enveloped by this immense killing intent, they withdrew one after another. Yi Yuan, who was opposite of Jin Feng, was seemingly oblivious to the intent. Jin Feng's killing intent seemed to directly pass through Yi Yuan without any effect. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng's expression suddenly became grave. Jin Feng being able to become the Breaking Dawn City's city lord was by fighting it out with his own strength and real swords and spears. This youngster might be remarkable, but he's still a little too reckless. Jin Feng has killed countless people in his life. This killing intent is already on the verge of materializing. It's on a completely different level from that Yu Qing. I heard that before Jin Feng became the Breaking Dawn City's city lord, he killed countless people. Back then, when he was still at the 6th level C transformation, he wielded the ringed great saber in his hands alone to come and challenge the previous city lord. The previous city lord was a 7th level C transformation expert. Jin Feng actually crossed realms and killed his opponent, becoming the new city lord. It could be seen how formidable his strength is. Now that Jin Feng has already broken through to the 7th level C transformation for so many years, his strength is already on an entirely different level from back then. Against the present Jin Feng, most likely even 9th level C transformations might not be his match. Yeah. He has already not personally taken action in the Breaking Dawn City for many years. And body knows just how powerful he is now. But just based on this killing intent, it can make ordinary martial artists' minds waver and not even unleash their martial techniques, right? Crossing a small stage to battle was as easy as eating and drinking to Yi Yuan. But among normal martial artists, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. For Jin Feng to be able to cross realms and kill a 7th level C transformation when he was at the 6th level C transformation, it could be seen that his concept's comprehension was already tremendously powerful. However, concept's comprehension, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan transcended the entire endless world. Boy, I couldn't tell that you still have some capabilities to actually be immune to the killing intent that I'm releasing. However, my ravaging heaven's melody saber isn't that easy to resolve. Die obediently. Jin Feng gave a cold smile. The saber quaked, and a series of class HI plus ing metal sounds emitted from the blade's body. As soon as this sound emitted, it was like a demonic melody, tunneling into every martial artist's ears. Those martial artists down below did not think that such a situation would occur. Each and every one of them desperately used their hands to cover their eyes. But even so, the expressions on their faces were still incomparably as if in agony. Even Yi Yuan's mind fell into a trance after hearing this bizarre demonic melody. Once Jin Feng saw this state, he cleaved towards Yi Yuan with a blade. Yet, Jin Feng's eyes blurred, and Yi Yuan's figure vanished. He was inwardly alarmed and suddenly felt like his blade was being blocked by something. It actually could not slash downwards. Focusing his eyes to look, Jin Feng's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were frightened away. He saw that Yi Yuan had actually arrived before him, since who knew when, using 2 fingers to clasp hold on his ringed great saber. The saber momentum stopped, and the sound wave attack immediately dissipated. Those martial artists below recovered to normal very quickly. But when they saw the scene of Yi Yuan using his fingers to grab hold of Jin Feng's saber, every one of them was astounded until their jaws all hit the ground. You got to kidding, right? Such sharp and fierce saber momentum, he actually used his fingers to grab it, and he is still perfectly unscathed? Just who in the world is this youth? Why is he so powerful? Using one's fingers to grab Jin Feng's ringed great saber, even peak 9th level C transformation won't dare to do so as well, right? Too strong. Totally not on the same level. Completely crushed. A 1st level C transformation cruise. HI plus ing a 7th level C transformation. Such a thing actually happened? The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body was much stronger than Jin Feng's saber intent. Jin Feng's saber intent could not harm Yi Yuan at all. Things that other people dare not do, Yi Yuan did it without impediment. How can you not be affected by the sound wave attack? Jin Feng was alarmed until he was stammering when he talked. For that lousy thing of yours to want to hurt me, training another 1,000 years isn't enough either. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his body surged with sword intent. With a smash, Jin Feng was sent flying out. Yi Yuan had indeed received the influence of the sound wave earlier. This sound wave attack not only acted on the martial artist's sense of hearing, but it also applied to the martial artist's divine soul even more, making it impossible to guard against. But once that attack reached Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the nameless black bead suspended in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness lightly vibrated and dissipated the attack. Yi Yuan did not even have time to take the initiative to defend. What this sound wave attack was most powerful at was divine soul attack. Once the divine soul attack was broken, one just had to use essence energy to close off their hearing, and the sound wave attack would be useless. Jin Feng was struck by the sword intent released from Yi Yuan's body. His innards were like being overturned, instantaneously sustaining extremely severe internal injuries. Just what is this boy's background? How can he be so strong? Up until now, he hasn't even released a proper attack. Jin Feng was shocked beyond words in his heart. He could sense that Yi Yuan was completely toying with him. Or else, with that blow earlier, he would already have croaked, "You got to kidding." Just using the powerful sword intent emitted from his body, and he could cross boundaries to wound a 7th level C transformation martial artist. If he were to unleash martial techniques, then how strong would that be? Thinking up to here, Jin Feng unwittingly shuddered. How could such a powerful existence suddenly appear in Breaking Dawn City? Seeing Yi Yuan walk over towards him, Jin Feng crawled to his feet and flew in the direction of the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and followed after. His speed was much faster than Jin Feng's and caught up to him very quickly. Slam! Sword intent clashed with saber intent. Jin Feng was sent flying by Yi Yuan again. Just like this, Yi Yuan chased Jin Feng all the way to the City Lord Manor. Lord Dai, help! Lord Dai! Jin Feng's shrill cry reverberated throughout the City Lord Manor. Bang! Jin Feng's body directly broke the City Lord Manor's front gate, flying inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked inside the City Lord Manor. Looking at the Jin Feng lying on the ground covered entirely in blood, he said coolly, "You father and son pair committed all sorts of crime in Breaking Dawn City. You complied to the Tranquil Cloud sect in public, while opposing in private, and actually even willingly become the Purple Mansion sect's lackeys. Death isn't regrettable." Jin Feng was alarmed in his heart, and he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly as he said, "Why you are? How is this possible? Why didn't I receive any news at all that you came to Breaking Dawn City?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If you got the news, how could I make it to Breaking Dawn City? Alright, thanks for leading the way. Now, you can go die already." "Ah, don't!" Jin Feng yelled out in despair. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him. Forming a sword with his fingers, a streak of sword chi sped like the wind towards Jin Feng. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two people. The person lightly flapped his sleeves. That streak of sword chi was scattered. When Jin Feng saw this person's back view, he immediately said agitatedly, "Lo Lord Dai. Many thanks for Lord Dai's life-saving grace." But when Yi Yuan stared at the person before his eyes, his expression became solemn. Chapter 484. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea Realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea Realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. This person in front of Yi Yuan wearing the Purple Mansion sect's outfit was shockingly a Soul Sea Realm expert. Yi Yuan even thought that the Purple Mansion sect would at most send a 9th level sea transformation here. To think that it would actually be a Soul Sea Realm. The Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea Realms appeared to be many, but when distributed across the entire southern domain, it was not enough. Since the Purple Mansion sect eradicated the 6 great sects until now, it had merely been several months' time. There were still many places that were not very stable, requiring Soul Sea Realm experts to hold down the fort. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect would send a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse here to hold down the fort at Breaking Dawn City. It was a remote place. The Purple Mansion sect Grand Elder had a middle-aged appearance. Among Soul Sea Realm experts, he was also considered an up-and-coming star. After the middle-aged man saw Yi Yuan, he was observing Yi Yuan the entire time but did not speak. Seeing Yi Yuan talk at this time, he gave a faint smile too and said, "Looking at your appearance, you're that Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This seat is the Purple Mansion sect's Daiyuan." From the initial shock, Yi Yuan recovered too and said coolly, "That's right. I'm precisely Yi Yuan. To think that Elder Dai actually recognized me at a glance." Dai Yuhan said smilingly, "Stopping my Purple Mansion sect with your strength alone. Wanting to not recognize you is out of the question as well. Furthermore, you have such skills at such an age. I thought about it, in the land of the southern domain, there's only you." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "I'm quite surprised though. Why is Elder Dai here in Breaking Dawn City?" This Daiyuhan was actually not in a rush to take action against Yi Yuan either. He actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, appearing like everything was under control. Seeing Yi Yuan asking, Dai Yuhan did not hide anything either, and he said with a smile, "Speaking of it, me being here is still because of you." Yi Yuan was said bewilderedly, "Because of me?" Dai Yuhan nodded and said, "That's right. Because you've done too many inconceivable things. In order to prevent for contingencies, Sect Master went out of the way to transfer me over from another place to garrison this place. It's just I didn't think that this contingency actually really happened." Yi Yuan could not help smilingly bitterly when he heard that. The one who drew this Soul Sea Realm expert over was actually still himself. But Yi Yuan became curious again very soon and inquired, "There are many frontier cities that can lead to the northern domain. How did you know that I'd definitely go through this Breaking Dawn city?" Dai Yuhan said, "About this. Martial nephew Lin Chao is still quite far-sighted. He once said that if the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, they would definitely break down into parts, and choose an extremely remote city to leave. And with your personality, you're bound to choose the most complicated circustances Breaking Dawn City." To think that his words really hit the mark. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed. This Lin Chao's thoughts were meticulous. He was definitely an adversary that was extremely hard to deal with. Including the previous time he Mingda led a team to besiege the Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also Lin Chao guessing that it was him presiding over the Grand Array. This Lin Chao's understanding of his character was very thorough. He was also exceptionally skilled in grabbing other people's soft spots to do things, and his actions were remarkably ruthless. If not that he had some measures, he would really still have to suffer a huge deal the previous time. Seeing Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of realization, Dai Yuhan then asked, "Martial nephew Lin said that there was a need to guard against you guys. I previously even thought that he was making a big deal over nothing. Looking at it now, your means are truly fantastic. Before meeting you, I actually did not even get wind of any news at all. Sect Master laid down countless informers at the Tranquil Cloud sect. How did you all escape?" Yi Yuan did not conceal anything either, briefly recounting the matter of him constructing a miniature transmission array, leaving Dai Yuhan staring wide-eyed and mouth agape. After a long time, Dai Yuhan finally heaved a long sigh and said, "What Martial nephew Lin said was correct. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple escaping to the northern domain are but stray dogs. You're my fierce Gale World's mortal malady. Yi Yuan, I actually focus wholeheartedly on Dao and dislike these strife. But you and I each serve a different master. I can't let you leave today." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. He also saw through that this Dai Yuhan was rather different from the Purple Mansion sect's other people. Or else it was not possible to talk so much C.R.A.P. with him. But since Dai Yuhan showed up here, this fight was destined to be unavoidable. "Come on," Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan was stupefied as he asked weirdly, "You want to fight with me? What? Can it be that you want me to surrender?" Yi Yuan replied with a question instead. "Isn't that so? I know that your strength is very formidable and can cross realms to battle. But, against me, you don't have any chance of winning." Dai Yuhan shook his head and said. Yi Yuan was rather amused and said, "How will one know without trying?" At this time, Jin Feng, who had been watching the two people converse by the side the entire time, said with a loud laugh, "Punk, what are you thinking? Lord Dai is a Soul Sea Realm expert. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually dare challenge him with no notion of how high the heaven and how deep the earth is?" Soul Sea Realm was an invincible existence to sea transformation realms. This was common sense. Yi Yuan's actions were actually subverting common sense in itself. Jin Feng finding it absurd was within reason too. Yet, Yi Yuan's existence had always been SMA's HI plus in common sense. Seeing Jin Feng rear his head, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Just now that interruption, I forgot that there was still you, a trash. Alright then, before fighting, I'll send you to heaven first. There's no need to thank me. Yi Yuan already had an understanding of the conduct of Jin Feng, this father and son pair. Jin Feng, this person, had complete disregard for human life. Using his position as a city lord, who knew how many people he had exploited. The martial artists all dared to be angry but dared not voice out. Regarding such a scourge, Yi Yuan would never show leniency. However, Dai Yuhan clearly did not plan on letting Yi Yuan kill Jin Feng. He said indifferently, Jin Feng has already pledged allegiance to my Purple Mansion sect. I won't let you kill him. Jin Feng was overjoyed hearing that and said, Thank you very much, Lord Dai. Jin Feng will definitely slog it out for the Purple Mansion sect. Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Punk, in front of Lord Dai, you still dare to be so arrogant. The southern domain being unified by the Purple Mansion sect is already something which cannot be stopped. You all these tranquil cloud sects remaining SPAWNS still not going to obediently submit to arrest with folded arms? With Dao Yuhan backing him, Jin Feng felt like his waist could be straightened even more. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Jin Feng. Instead, he said to Dai Yuhan nonchalantly, If I want to kill him, you can't prevent it. His voice had yet to fade when innumerable flower petals instantly appeared in the city lord manor. It was precisely Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's brows furrowed slightly. The power of this move was rather formidable. Although it was not worth mentioning to him, to Jin Feng, it was plenty to kill him several times over. Dao Yuhan flicked his sleeves grandly. Majestic Essence Energy Part 1. Tionied those flower petals far away. When Jin Feng saw such a horrifying move, his eyes revealed a stunned expression. But, seeing Dai Yuhan resolving it casually, he could not help becoming even Kier. Haha. You. Just a boy who is overestimating his own strength. I'm standing right here. You come and kill me. Come and kill me. Jin Feng said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. All of a sudden, Jin Feng's laughter ceased abruptly. Because he felt a chill behind his back. 2 fingers pressed at the center of his back since who knew when. As you Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan voice seemingly came from the underworld. Force was released. A sharp and fierce sword intent instantly pierced Jin Feng's heart. Chapter 485. Dai Yuhan reacted at the first moment. But it was already too late for him to save people. Dai Yuhan reacted at the first moment. But it was already too late for him to save people. Avatar body. Seeing the 2 Yi Yuans, one at the front and one at the back, Dai Yuhan's expression became somber. Seemed like this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than imagined. As for Jin Feng's life and death, Dai Yuhan actually was not overly concerned. Jin Feng used his final consciousness to lower his head and look at his own chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Finally, his consciousness dissipated entirely, and his body collapsed weakly onto the ground. Looks like I still underestimated you. Dai Yuhan heaved a sigh and said. The avatar body was not the least bit threatening to him at all, but to Jin Feng it was deadly. Yi Yuan's means were inexhaustible. It really made it impossible to guard against. Dai Yuhan could not help sizing up this youth before his eyes once more as if the latter had limitless methods. It was not to the extent where Yi Yuan really had the qualifications to fight with him, right? Dao Yuhan very quickly denied this idea. How was this possible? Between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm, there was a giant chasm. It was impossible to cross, let alone that Yi Yuan was still only first-level Sea Transformation. What was happening to him? He was actually frightened from a teenage youth. Truly declining as he aged. Dai Yuhan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. Alright. That hindering fellow is already eliminated. There won't be people hampering us anymore. When Yi Yuan was talking, he was actually briming with fighting intent. You're sure that you really want to fight with me? I know that your strength isn't weak, but it's precisely so that I might not be able to grasp the limits properly. A genius like you falling is seriously too pitiable, Dai Yuhan asked once more. Yi Yuan did not think that this Dai Yuhan actually still had a heart that cherished talents, and he was rather surprised. But since Yi Yuan broke through to the sea transformation realm, he had yet to unleash his full strength. He was already matchless among sea transformation realms. Only Soul Sea realm experts were worthy to be his opponent. This Dai Yuhan was clearly an opponent tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Haha. Elder Dai is indeed quite different from He Mingda, those SCU bags. But you don't have to worry about me. Just come at me with your best shot. Even if I beat you today, I'll let you leave as well, Yi Yuan said with a huge laugh. Arrogance. In Dai Yuhan's eyes, this Yi Yuan was too arrogant. A sea transformation realm saying to let a soul sea realm live. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened to it. Dai Yuhan's face sunk slightly and he said, Humph! What a rampant boy! I want to see just how you'll beat me. Finished talking, the two people arrived in mid-air without prior consultation. With their strength, fighting in the city lord manor would probably exterminate even fowls and dogs at the side. You guys look. There are two people facing off over there. That purple S.H.I. plus RT man has such a powerful pressure. Doesn't seem like what sea transformation realm experts can have. Could that be a soul sea realm expert? My God, is this soul sea realm? Indeed ridiculously powerful. Separated so far away, and I'm even somewhat stifled. Moreover, I feel that he isn't even intentionally giving off the pressure of a soul sea realm expert. Who's that young man opposite him? Seems like only first-level sea transformation. These two people facing off in the air aren't about to have a fight, right? Are you kidding? First-level sea transformation versus first-level soul sea. Is that boy a moron? You're the moron. That young man is the youth who used his fingers to grab Jin Feng's great ring saber just now on top of the city gates. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. He was chasing Jin Feng to the city lord manor and actually provoked a soul sea realm expert. But, no matter how great his strength is, squaring off against soul sea realm, it is most likely a hopeless action. What? Using his fingers to grab City Lord's great ring saber? Holy sh*t. Are the youths now all-powerful to such a degree? Indeed, these front waves, are all smacked to death on the beach. Once Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan appeared, they drew a large number of martial artists to crowd around and spectate. But Dai Yuhan's aura was too strong. Those martial artists all crowded around far away to watch self-consciously. And body dared to approach the two people. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and directly activated Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Facing Soul Sea realm experts, his present realm was seriously too low. Hence, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, using Origin Spirit 9 Transformations straight away. Dao Yuhan's expression changed. He saw Yi Yuan's aura rise with rapid speed and actually broke through the second-level sea transformation very quickly. Yi Yuan's aura surged all the way, finally stopping at the fourth-level sea transformation. Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the essence energy in his body first to instantly break through 3 minor realms, arriving at the middle stage sea transformation realm. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's expression could not help changing drastically. This. Could it be that what you just used is Origin Spirit 9 Transformations? Dai Yuhan exclaimed in shock. You actually know the Origin Spirit 9 Transformations? Hearing Dai Yuhan saw through it right away, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. Hiss. It's really Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. I heard that you silently sneaked into the fierce Gale world. Could it be that you stole the Shui family's martial art manuals away? Dai Yuhan's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Stole away? You're thinking too much. Shui family those dunces, most likely, there has yet to be anyone who can use it to my level, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan was involuntarily shocked, and he thought to himself that was true as well. It had only been a few months' time. If Yi Yuan really stole the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to such a level. Directly breaking through from early stage C transformation to middle stage C transformation, such a span was too outrageous. Dai Yuhan naturally did not know that the reason why Yi Yuan only broke through 3 minor realms was that his essence energy C was too large. With Yi Yuan's foundation, advancing 3 minor realms was already the limit. But the way those martial artists below them saw it, that was entirely not the case. What martial technique did that youth use just now? He actually broke through to middle stage C transformation in the blink of an eye. Too sick. Never heard before that there's still such a perverse martial technique. With such a martial technique, wouldn't crossing realms to battle be as simple as eating and drinking? He initially thought that it was just a lopsided fight. Now, it looks like there's a good show to watch. That young man's strength was very formidable to begin with. Now, he actually broke through 3 minor realms in succession. While I don't know how much distance it can pull closer to Soul Sea Realm, there is more or less something worth watching. Such a battle is hard to come across in 100 years in the Breaking Dawn City. These martial artists' blood were all boiling. They were looking forward to this great fight. Soul Sea Realm experts were extremely rare in the Southern Domain. Except for the 8 great sects, there were extremely few Soul Sea Realm experts that existed. Just like the disparity between strength, wanting to break through to Soul Sea Realm from Sea Transformation Realm was similarly a heavenly chasm. Being able to watch a Soul Sea Realm expert level great battle today was perhaps a turning point for them too. 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan's Tsanghua sword shook. Countless flying petals swept over. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to Sea Transformation Realm, his execution of 1,000 flowing petals was already at the extent of being Athos' fingertips. Executing this martial technique virtually did not require any time at all. Yi Yuan leaped lightly. The Tsanghua sword wrapped around by countless flying petals slashed towards Dai Yuhan. Chapter 486 Fine Lad. Watch this. Fine lad. Watch this. Even though Dai Yuhan had confidence, he did not dare to belittle Yi Yuan at this time either. Yi Yuan's combat strength greatly surpassed his level itself. Consecutively jumping 3 minor realms at this moment, God knew how formidable his strength was. Such an increase in strength was already very terrifying for ordinary martial artists, let alone it happening to a top genius? Yi Yuan's speed was seemingly slow, but in reality it was fast. Furthermore, it was erratic, just like a specter. Moreover, the places that he reached all had large ties of flower petals following, looking like countless large flower petals had bloomed in the air. Crane dance 7 absolute palms. Dai Yuhan's palm force spat out. It was akin to immortal cranes dancing, graceful and agile. At this instance, the power of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist was displayed beyond all doubt. The places that Dai Yuhan's palm wind reached, Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals would be dissipated instantly. Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was nigh invincible in the Sea Transformation Realm. But in front of Dai Yuhan, it could not gain any advantage at all. This is Soul Sea Realm? Really powerful. A casual move can explode with such horrifying power. It's completely not what Sea Transformation Realms can contend with. F***CKU, are you blind? Isn't the youth that's fighting with him a Sea Transformation Realm? If not for seeing with my own eyes, I truly dare not believe that there is really a Sea Transformation Realm that can fight to such a level with a Soul Sea Realm. That young man is indeed powerful, but he totally cannot approach that purple S. HI plus RT expert. Carrying on like this, a defeat is something inevitable. Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye. But Yi Yuan simply could not even enter a 50-feet radius around Dai Yuhan. Moreover, Dai Yuhan had been on defensive the entire time and had yet to take the initiative to attack once. Hence, in the other martial artist's view, Yi Yuan's strength much too weak. Actually, they did not know that it was not that Dai Yuhan did not want to counterattack, but it was because he simply could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Yi Yuan's figure was erratic, leaving upon hitting. He seemed to be completely without any desire to continue fighting aggressively. Dai Yuhan simply could not figure out where Yi Yuan's next attack would appear at. Only by waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to show himself that he could passively counterattack. From start to end, it was all Yi Yuan holding the initiative. Yi Yuan's attack might not be able to pose a threat to Dai Yuhan. Likewise, Dai Yuhan had no way of causing any harm to Yi Yuan. By fusing the wind flow concept into his movement technique, it made Yi Yuan's movements become extremely bizarre. For Dai Yuhan to want to catch Yi Yuan, he had to give up on his defensive circle and let Yi Yuan approach. But Dai Yuhan, who had already borne witness to Yi Yuan's methods, did not dare to do so at this time. Who knew if this boy had some powerful attack that could breach the protective essence energy of a Soul Sea Realm expert? Therefore, Dai Yuhan also decided to play it safely, executing probing attacks with Yi Yuan first. Fighting up until now looked like flowers cascading from the skies. Actually, it was just the two people warming up. It was just that the way the other martial artists saw it, this was already a peak battle. Because among them, there was no one at all who could withstand a casual blow from the two people. In the crowd, Tian Yu and the rest were watching the fight too. When they saw Yi Yuan suddenly face off with a Soul Sea Realm expert, their hearts leaped to their throats. As disciples of the 8 great sects, they were deeply aware of the might of Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Tian Yu, they all knew that Yi Yuan had once defeated the myriad sword sect's Qin Yin. But, just what the chances of victory was like facing off against a Soul Sea Realm expert, they really had no score in their hearts. Seeing Yi Yuan locked in battle with Dai Yuhan at this time, they were a little calm in their hearts instead. However, they were also aware that the real fight was only starting now. Yi Yuan, do you plan on dragging it out like this all the way? I can afford to drag on, but can you do so? Carrying on probing like this, you won't be able to figure out just where the limits of my strength lie either. Dai Yuhan clearly had plenty of strength left over, even talking while he was defending. All right then. 1,000 flowing petals arise. Yi Yuan's voice came over faintly. All of a sudden, essence energy flower petals that blotted out the skies and covered the earth condensed in the sky above breaking dawn city, practically covering the sun. Horrifying essence energy undulations crushed the martial artists below until they could not catch their breath. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan was not alarmed but became delighted instead. Yi Yuan was finally going to have a frontal battle with him. Under the powerful strength of Soul Sea Realm, everything was nothingness. With the strength of 4th level sea transformation, the 1,000 flowing petals that Yi Yuan used was unbelievably horrifying from beginning to end. Right now, the entire sky was a sea of flower petals, looking extremely torrential and grandiose. If Yi Yuan could battle with Zhao Qinggan in his present state, it was ample to one-shot him. Haha. This should be the move that you created yourself, right? Indeed prodigious. If I didn't have Soul Sea Realm strength, I would most likely be one-shot by you instantly. Truly impressive. However, using this move to deal with me is still too tender. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. When Dai Yuhan's move was released, it instantaneously as said Ma. The Civ Quant. 1. Ties of heaven and earth essence energy. The aura belonging to a Soul Sea Realm pushed aside the petals which filled the skies. F***ck me. So, this is their true strength. I already have no way of describing using words. These two people are really powerful until it makes people despair. Yeah. If this is the true strength of a Soul C realm, then I feel that I'll probably have no way of striding out this step for the rest of my life. That young man only has 4th level C transformation boundary right now and can actually unleash such a terrifying move. In my view, this move of his might really not be beneath that Soul C realms. The two people's moves are both extremely terrifying. Who wins and who loses? It is really hard to say. Dai Yuhan struck out a palm, compressing the air until it exploded. Yi Yuan sensed a harrowing aura coming from the front. Facing a Soul C realm expert's powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it. Mobilizing those countless flower petals, it charged at Dai Yuhan frantically. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Yet, the 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed finally lost its edge this time. Even with the 1,000 flowing petals detonation producing Ma's sieve obstruction, Dai Yuhan's palm wind still pressed forward irresistibly like a hot knife through but. Talking about it was as if things happened slowly, but in reality, it was only in a twinkle. Dai Yuhan's crane dance 9 heavens finally still landed on Yi Yuan's body. Boom! Yi Yuan was blasted out several hundred feet away. Poo work! Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Sigh. Still lost in the end. But for a C transformation realm martial artist to be able to accomplish to such an extent, it's already plenty to be proud of. Yeah. A first-level C transformation could actually cross a major realm to fight with a first-level Soul C to such an extent. Before this, I simply dare not imagine it. Also don't know how that Soul C realm expert plan on dealing with him. Such a genius Paris. Hi+ing is truly too pitiable. A series of sighs was emitted from the crowd. But regarding Yi Yuan's performance, they were all immensely shocked. If it were an ordinary first-level C transformation, they probably would not have the courage to attack at all in front of a Soul C realm expert, right? Dai Yuhan flew to not far away from Yi Yuan, his face carrying solemnness as he said, "Really didn't expect that you could actually force me to use Crane Dance 9 Heavens. Furthermore, even dissipating most of Crane Dance 9 Heavens' force truly widened my horizons greatly. However, it ends here. Follow me back to the Purple Mansion sect." Chapter 487. Hearing Dai Yuhan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and gave a grin. Hearing Dai Yuhan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and gave a grin. Soul C realm is indeed powerful. Looks like I still underestimated Elder Dai. Elder Dai's strength, among first-level Soul C realms, is also considered very strong, but wanting to bring me away just based on this is still not quite enough. Dai Yuhan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I know that geniuses all have their pride, but you being able to perform to such an extent is already very impressive. Even if you lost, there's nothing to be ashamed of either." The way Dai Yuhan saw it, Yi Yuan was a dead duck being stubborn and could not bear a loss. In the case of geniuses, their talents were greater compared to normal people. But they also found it very hard to accept failure without misgivings. Yi Yuan forcing him to this extent with first-level C transformation boundary was truly very remarkable already. Lost? Haha. I can't afford to lose. Hence, my only way out is to keep winning all the way. Yi Yuan laughed self-mockingly. Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his aura fully once more. Wind fire violent blaze transforming dragon condensed and formed in his hands rapidly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's face changed. This move had yet to be released, and it already made even him, this Soul C realm expert, feel somewhat daunted. Presumably, the power was extraordinary. Just how many trump cards in his hands has this boy not used yet? The power of that move earlier was freakish enough already. This current move is actually even more perverse than the move just now. Dai Yuhan silently cussed in his heart. But grumbling was grumbling. Dai Yuhan's speed of executing his move was not slow. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. It was still the previous move, Crane Dance 9 Heavens. But this time, Dai Yuhan used 90% of his power. Under normal circumstances, not at a life-and-death juncture, martial artists would not employ all of their essence energy. If the essence energy that one martial technique move expended were too much, it would make the martial artist lack strength to carry on. Once they could not dispose of their opponent, then it would be them perish. Hi+ing. Hence, martial artists only used 60% to 70% of their strength under most circumstances when fighting. That Crane Dance 9 Heavens move earlier, Dai Yuhan already wielded 70% strength. It was not to be underestimated how this 70% strength did not seem to be much. To a first-level C transformation like Yi Yuan, it was already tremendous respect. One had to know that if Dai Yuhan's opponent were swapped, he probably would not even use 10% of his strength. First-level Soul C and fourth-level C transformation was simply not a fight on the same level. But this time, Dai Yuhan used 90% power in one go. It was practically already his full power. Before this, Dai Yuhan simply had not thought of this possibility that Yi Yuan would actually force him to this sort of degree. 90% power Crane Dance 9 Heavens. It actually carried the faint cries of immortal cranes in the palm wind. It could be seen that Dai Yuhan already displayed this move to the ultimate. The roaring sounds of the wind and fire colossal dragon and the faint cries of immortal cranes surged to the skies, colliding together fiercely. Rumble. Sieve impact, stirring up waves of air billows, sending the city Lord Manor's rubble flying. The martial artists below already deliberately maintained distances, but there were still many martial artists who were knocked over by this bout of air blast. The shock wave of Soul Sea realm level battle was too great. Hiss. That young man is too scary. This time, the two people are actually evenly matched. He is still first-level C transformation and has such terrifying combat strength already. By the time his strength reaches Soul Sea realm, how terrifying would it be? This young man seems to have limitless trump cards. I even thought that move just now was already his greatest trump card. To think that this move is even more terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan fought to a draw. Dai Yuhan was actually blasted flying out. But Dai Yuhan's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, so he only suffered some light injuries. However, this was already plenty to shock Dai Yuhan to his core. The attack of a middle-stage C transformation realm could actually hurt a Soul C realm? Furthermore, the attack this time was even under the prerequisite of him using 90% power, which was also to say that Yi Yuan's combat strength was already infinitely close to his. Yi Yuan, I must admit now that you have enough qualifications to be my opponent. You're very strong. Dai Yuhan declared to Yi Yuan earnestly. Yi Yuan was similarly blasted flying out, but his injuries were much heavier compared to Dai Yuhan's. However, Yi Yuan's facial expression did not have the slightest hint of pain. He was abnormally excited instead. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he actually gradually developed a liking for this feeling of fighting. Previous life, all of his time and energy was spent on alchemy skills, and he virtually did not experience the joy of fighting. But in this life, he walked the path of vengeance and experienced countless instances of great life and death battles. He actually gradually developed a liking for this sort of feeling. This feeling of treading the borders of life and death made Yi Yuan incomparably stimulated. Fighting formidable foes one after another also made Yi Yuan unbelievably free from inhibitions. This feeling of liberation was exactly the same as refining pills. Originally, Yi Yuan was only passively walking the martial path. But now, he quite enjoyed this joy of growing. Yi Yuan was deeply aware that only by falling in love madly with something could people have the chance to reach the top. Previously, he had always been forcing himself to cultivate the martial path. Actually, it was not enough to sustain him to reach Ji Kanglin's height. But now, Yi Yuan had the confidence to Serpa. S everything. Haha. Elder Dai, you're very strong too. Truly to my heart's content. Let's fight again. Yi Yuan said heroically. Dai Yuhan's life goal was likewise the martial path. In this battle, fighting until now had great inspiration to him. Saying it out was even quite inconceivable. A Soul Sea Realm expert actually obtained enormous harvests through a fight with a Sea Transformation Realm martial artist. Yet, this was not something that was unthinkable. Yi Yuan's moves contained the of the great Tao, much greater than Dai Yuhan's own comprehensions. It was precisely due to this that Dai Yuhan could glean much insights from this battle. He believed that if he went back to seclude and comprehend things this time, he was bound to have huge harvests. But the fight was not over yet. Haha. Good. It's hard to meet an opponent like you. The next attack, you have to be careful. This is where the essence of my life's work lie, and also my final trump card. If that was your limits just now, I advise you to best not fight anymore and surrender without resistance. Dai Yuhan was also stimulated by Yi Yuan's heroicness and wanted to have a final great battle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I said before, I'll keep winning all the way. Elder Dai, you'd better return to the Purple Mansion sect and devote yourself to the martial path. This kind of thing like invading the endless world is unsuited for you. Haha. Yi Yuan, you see it clearly. But I, Dai Yuhan, received His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's, great grace. How can I watch with folded arms to this sort of thing? Enough C.R.A.P. Come and fight. Dai Yuhan said with a loud laugh. All right. Since that's the case, then I'll send you packing. I recently comprehended a sword move. I myself have not tested its power either. Elder Dai, you have to be careful. After the laughter, the two people's expressions were both a never-before solemnness. Both knew that the other party's next attack would be an earth-shattering blow. Chapter 488. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world? Seems like that's the meaning. However, what in the world is going on? Who would invade the endless world for no reason? No idea. Their conversation is rather baffling. Yi Yuan's words caused a considerable stir among the crowd. The Purple Mansion sect's true face had yet to be exposed up until now. These martial artists still thought that the Southern Domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. Even though Yi Yuan did not put the cards on the table, he actually already stated it very obviously. As to how much these people would believe, it would be up to their fortunes. If possible, Yi Yuan naturally wanted to bring everyone in the Southern Domain and move north. But time was pressing, and where would he find the time to convince these people one by one? And at this time, the atmosphere between the two in the air already became somewhat strange. The two people were still talking in a jovial manner just now. At this moment, the expressions on the two people's faces were a never-before solemn. It even led to the surrounding atmosphere to be somewhat different. Some slightly stronger martial artists were affected by this atmosphere and sensibly distanced away from the two once more. Very soon, somebody guessed that this might be Yi Yuan or Dai Yuhan going to unleash their move. Right then, Dai Yuhan moved. This time, Dai Yuhan no longer held anything back. His full strength erupted abruptly. The surrounding essence energy gathered around him frenziedly. Quickly look. What's that? My God. He actually condensed gathered essence into materialization. How much heaven and earth essence energy did he needed to gather? Immortal Crane Phantom. The power of this move truly demonstrates the disparity between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm. Wonder how that young man will respond. Where Dai Yuhan's palm force rose, a faint phantom of an immortal crane actually formed gradually. That was to say that Dai Yuhan already condensed essence energy to materialization. It could be seen how great the power of this move was, and the condensed form of the AMA's said essence was precisely the prominent characteristic of Soul Sea Realm experts. Soul Sea Realm experts could gather very terrifying essence energy with a wave of their hand. It was already on an entirely different level from Sea Transformation Realm experts. This essence energy that was gathered could become corporeal. It could be seen just how powerful a martial technique move that they could use was, but to the early stage Soul Sea Daiyuhan, condensing gathered essence was still somewhat too forceful. That was why he saved this move for the last. Even so, that faint immortal crane phantom was also sufficient to astonish people. On the other side, after Yi Yuan prepared for a long time, he finally moved too. But this movement left everyone dumbstruck in amazement. What? This young man can actually condense gathered essence into materialization too. Isn't he just Sea Transformation Realm? What the F***ck? This is too perverse. He actually condensed out so many sword blades. Just who the hell is this young man? His talent is too terrifying as well. Since ancient times, I've never heard of anybody who could condense gathered essence into materialization at the Sea Transformation Realm. Yi Yuan used Songhua's sword as a guide, and then around them were condensed myriad tiny sword blades. The sword blades were not large, it was like fragments of a sword. Regardless of so, Yi Yuan succeeded in condensing beyond all doubt. Those martial artists down below did not know Yi Yuan's past. If they knew that Yi Yuan could already maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the spirit condensation realm, perhaps they would feel that him condensing gathered essence in the Sea Transformation realm was nothing much. Of course, the difficulty of condensing gathered essence was completely not on the same level as maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy. Otherwise, Daiyuhan would not treat it as his final ace in the hole either. However, Yi Yuan's realm was still a little low in the end. So his control over essence energy reached an extremely minute degree, only condensing out tiny sword blades. This way, the difficulty would lessen greatly. Seeing this scene, Daiyuhan's face also had indescribable solemnness. The impact that Yi Yuan gave him today was seriously too great. I truly didn't think that you can actually perform to such an extent. You really made this Dai widen his horizons. Then let us use this move to determine the victor. With cranes, immortal comes. Go. Daiyuhan's palm force pressed on. That faint immortal crane phantom attacked Yi Yuan with a light cry. Seeing that aggressive immortal crane phantom, Yi Yuan launched this martial technique unhurriedly. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Sword blades whirled towards the immortal crane with extreme speed. It actually somewhat had the hint of reaching first despite launching later. In that instance, in the eyes of the martial artists below, an immortal crane and a Siv Clu Tur of sword rain collided together violently, seemingly like a celestial phenomenon. Rumble. A violent explosion sound emitted in the air. Two figures plummeted from the skies respectively. When Tianyu saw the situation, he hurriedly leaped up and caught the Yi Yuan who fell down. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw the situation, they hurriedly crowded around and showed great concern about his well-being. Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale. The corners of his mouth and his body dripped with a considerable amount of blood, his condition looking very poor. Seeing his seniors and juniors express concern, Yi Yuan waved his hands feebly and said, "It's fine. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, I'll have to trouble you to help me over." Daiyuhan did not have Yi Yuan's treatment. His body slammed fiercely onto the ground. But this degree of impact was not considered much to Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Daiyuhan's injuries were primarily from the fight earlier. He was covered in wounds all over his body. That appearance was just like being stabbed by swords. They were evidently wounds left behind by Yi Yuan's move just now. Seeing Yi Yuan came over, Dai Yuhan could not help forcing a smile and said, "To think that I actually lost to a sea transformation realm today. However, you're really very strong. Being able to condense gathered essence into materialization at the sea transformation realm, not saying never to be seen again, it's absolutely without any precedence, right?" This sentence from Dai Yuhan immediately brought on a storm. This soul sea realm actually lost? Because Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan both sustained very severe injuries, those martial artists could not figure out for a moment just who won and who lost either. Only hearing Dai Yuhan admit it personally now did they know that this sea transformation realm youth actually really triumphed over a soul sea realm expert. They had long borne witness to Yi Yuan's might and were also already aware that Yi Yuan had the strength to contend with a soul sea realm expert. Even after Dai Yuhan used a martial technique that condensed gathered essence into materialization, Yi Yuan still defeated him. This made those martial artists all feel like they were dreaming. Turns out that soul sea realm experts were not undefeatable. Dai Yuhan's with cranes, immortal comes was very strong. But during that battle earlier, Yi Yuan's sword blades ultimately still had a small number of them that broke through, landing on Dai Yuhan's body. Hence, even though the two people both received severe injuries, it was actually still Yi Yuan whose skill was a level higher. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet. This was not just suffering the tremendous impact of with cranes, immortal comes. It was even because of essence energy expenditure being too exorbitant. This move, myriad rain sword blades, seriously expended too much essence energy. Even if Yi Yuan's control of essence energy reached an extremely subtle level, it was also somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and threw it to Dai Yuhan, saying with a forced smile, "Elder Dai is a true gentleman. Today, I won't start a slaughter. Hope that you conduct yourself well and don't associate with those fierce Gale World's people's vile deeds." 0. Not important for those who aren't reading the Chinese Ross. Author has decided to change the name from Sword Rain Myriad Ren to Myriad Rain Sword Blades arbitrarily from chapter 559 onwards. The Ren was an ancient unit of measurement. But I think author typed the wrong Ren blade. Us puny mortals are at the whim of author Sama. This Ren, unit of measurement, was used several times up until it changed to Ren blade in chapter 559. So, to avoid confusion later on, the technique will be standardized as Myriad Rain Sword Blades in accordance to the more recent chapters. Just in case some of you cross-reference to the Ross and start flaming me. Chapter 489 Cough Cough Cough. I'm originally a fierce Gale World's native. Whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fierce Gale World before and should know that I have no command over myself. Cough cough cough. I'm originally a fierce Gale World's native. Whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fierce Gale World before and should know that I have no command over myself. Dai Yuhan also had a doleful look. Clearly, on the matter of invading the endless world, he was quite conflicted too. The war between two worlds signified endless ma. As saker why the dead souls being countless. No command over yourself? Your life is your own, not others. Zhao Tianyin is a paramount existence in your eyes, an existence that brooks no desecration. But do you know what you all are in his eyes? You people are just a bunch of tools for him to order around. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan's gaze sunk slightly, his complexion suddenly flues. HI plus in crimson as he said furiously, "How can His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, be profaned by you like this? If you have the capabilities, just kill me. Or else, I'll surely make you pay the price for today's affront." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Pedant. Zhao Tianyin is just a boundless realm expert. He's only a mortal too. Look at him summing solemn airs normally. When he kneeled before me, wasn't he like a dog too? Cough, cough, cough. Why, you're courting death. Yuhan struggled, wanting to stand up. But he could not even do so after trying several times. Sigh. Heavenly Tao is boundless, humans are insignificant. In front of Heavenly Tao, we're but merely ants. Elder Dai, if not on account of you and I were having this battle today, why would I waste my breath on you? You feel that I'm insulting Zhao Tianyin, but let me tell you something. Zhao Tianyin doesn't have the qualifications to make me insult him at all. Place your horizons further. There is still the divine realm. Dai Yuhan's expression froze. Divine realm, these two words naturally aroused his desires. Dai Yuhan suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had once entered deep into the fierce Gale world to rescue his fellow apprentices, but he returned to the endless world without a scratch. What in the world happened in between this? Why did His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, actually not keep this boy behind? There seemed to be many stories in between this. After this fight, Dai Yuhan and Yi Yuan could even be said to have some appreciation of each other. Dai Yuhan could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity. Otherwise, he could very well just kill him and be done with it. Yi Yuan did not show any mercy when cutting down Liao Wenguang, He Jun, and the rest. The reason why he did not kill him today was probably still because of this standing aloof from the world mentality of his. Was it possible that he was really wrong? Also, although I don't know just why 2 generations of your Wind Emperor invaded the endless world back to back, I have a feeling that they have some kind of ulterior objective. But no matter what, Zhao Tianyin, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. Speaking up to here, Yi Yuan suddenly seethed with killing intent. Zhao Tianyi's humiliation that day, Yi Yuan will ultimately claim it back one day. Alright. My words end here. As for how you choose, that's your matter. Nothing to do with me. However, if I be you, MP into you next time on the battlefield, then I won't show mercy. Senior apprentice brother, let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan silently watched Yi Yuan's back view, but storms were brewing in his heart. The ideology that he had been inculcated with since young was to give allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. And the cultivation method he trained in, medicinal pills used in cultivation, were all bestowed by His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. So in Dai Yuhan's mind, pledging allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, was something that came very naturally. Yet Yi Yuan's words today silently opened up a window in his sealed mind. Northern Domain, Xiuming Mountain Peak. 2 elderly men and a middle-aged woman who had lost some of her charms were drinking tea at the stone table under the pine tree. A youth each stood behind the middle-aged woman and one of the old men respectively. The 2 youths, one male, one female, were shockingly the Yin Yanhua and Gua Taochuan who returned to the Northern Domain from the Tranquil Cloud sect. With 2 of them appearing here, these 3 people's ident. 1. Ties were also obvious. These 3 people were precisely the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect's old ancestors, and also the Northern Domains and even the entire Endless World's 3 most powerful people. It was just that these 3 people had knitted brows which did not relax at the present, and were not in the mood to drink tea at all. The Myriad Sword sect's old ancestor was called Qin Hongtao. At present, he currently had an enraged look as he said, "That punk called Yi Yuan is too arrogant to actually dare detain Yener. I think he's tired of living. Ning Yixian, you actually even made me spare that brat. You're simply too ridiculous." The Ning Yixian in Qin Hongtao's words was precisely the Heavenly Martial sect's old ancestor. According to what Taochuan they all said, this child's talent is exceedingly freakish. He's already matchless among the young generation. Now that the endless world is about to fall into a catastrophe, if you kill Yi Yuan, wouldn't it aggrieve our own and gladden the enemy? Ning Yixian urged. Ning Yixian knew that Qin Yan was Qin Hongtao's lineage grandson, the person to inherit his mantle in the future. Now that Qin Yan was held captive by Yi Yuan, how could Qin Hongtao not be furious? But at this time right now, it was totally not the time to have internal strife. If the Tranquil Cloud sect was just an inconspicuous little sect, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's talent was too startling. Such a genius being killed by their own people, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? But Qin Hongtao did not think this way. Yi Yuan's actions were simply plucking his whiskers. When he heard this news, Qin Hongtao wanted to go and kill people at that time but was held back by the Ning Yixian, who had arrived first. The result was that Qin Hongtao was forcefully hurled up at Shuming Mountain by Ning Yixian. No matter how great that punk's talent is, taking Yen as hostage won't do. Unless he personally goes to the Myriad Sword sect to kowtow and offer an apology to this old self. Otherwise, this grudge isn't over. Letting this Tranquil Cloud sect off back then was a mistake. Now, this old man I will mend the fold after the sheep is lost, and go through the trouble of making this trip to eradicate this Tranquil Cloud sect. Qin Hongtao said in a towering rage. Ning Yixian said, "Hey you, this old man, still have such a fiery temper. What will you do to eradicate their Tranquil Cloud sect? You don't wish for that beloved grandson of yours to live anymore? That boy is clearly somebody who is decisive in killing. You dare to go and exterminate his sect, he will dare to kill your grandson. Could it be that you dare to lose all decorum with him?" Qin Hongtao's expression froze. Ning Yixian's words evidently struck his soft spot. Yes. Yi Yuan's move was too ruthless. He, Qin Hongtao, was formidable, but Qin Yan was a hostage in his hands. Sigh. As a matter of fact, you and I both still have to thank this boy called Yi Yuan. If not for him withstanding the entire Purple Mansion sect with his strength alone, the fierce Gale World's army would probably have crossed the endless forest already. Speaking up to here, Ning Yixian's eyes revealed thick admiration too. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance messing up the Purple Mansion sect's arrangements, after the Realm Pa's Sageway linked up, the fierce Gale World would be able to march straight in, directly crossing the endless forest. Yi Yuan, this child's merits are the greatest. Qin Hongtao, you're a character on the level of being as weighty as Mount Tai and as brilliant as the Big Dipper. Why stoop to the level of a junior? Moreover, Qin Yan being detained was originally you all-provoking first. Yi Yuan doing so was also just for the sake of self-preservation. This period at present, our three sects still need to put the interests of the whole above all else. The profound ice sect old ancestor, immortal Jing Xian, who did not speak the entire time, finally opened her mouth. 0. The immortal, used for immortal Jing Xian, is to describe a middle-aged fairy maiden. Just a tidbit. Chapter 490 Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. And in reality, Yi Yuan could live up to this appraisal as well. If it weren't Yi Yuan defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice at the Tranquil Cloud sect, they would already have firmly controlled the Southern Domain's situation. After the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts show up, the Southern Domain's overall situation would be a foregone conclusion. They would just have to place their sights on the Northern Domain, and that would be it. And at that time, these people in the Northern Domain would still be unaware that the Purple Mansion sect was the fierce Gale World's survivors. Yen'er is still in their hands right now. How will this account be settled? Not knowing why, once this Jing Xian spoke, Qin Hongtao's blu. Esther fell in an instant. How else can it be settled? Didn't you detain a Sea Transformation Realm Elder from the Tranquil Cloud sect? Just send him back for them. Ning Yixian said. Fine. Send him back then. But I'll say the nasty things first. If Yen'er has any injuries, I'm going to send an army to denounce them. Qin Hongtao said with a black face. Ning Yixian waved her hand and said, Enough nonsense. Let us discuss how to deal with the fierce Gale World martial artists. Back then, the Grand Yen True sect sealed off the realm Pa's sageway, and the future generations gradually forgot about this matter. To think that after several thousand years, the fierce Gale world had yet to give up hope and staged a comeback again. Sigh. Speaking of which, it's our oversight too, Jing Xian said. Those few seniors from the Grand Yen True sect back then deserves our admiration. Now that this heavy responsibility has fallen on our shoulders, the martial artists of our generation should follow the example of our predecessors, possess the will to die and to resist foreign enemies. Although this Jing Xian preserved her looks exceedingly well and only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she was actually a figure from the same generation as Qin Hongtao and Ning Yixian. She also had peak divine traversing realm strength. This Jing Xian was as cold as ice, a cut from the same cloth as Yin Yanhua. But the words that she said had the breadth of spirit of rather to break than to bend. But Qin Hongtao said with frowned brows, that might be the case, but the fierce Gale world has a boundless realm expert. Once the realm Pa's sageway stabilizes fully, the endless world will. Speaking of Zhao Tianyin, the three people felt a heavy burden like a 30,000 caddies cruise. HI plusing down. There's still an issue. The Purple Mansion sect has already laid low in the endless world for several thousand years, experiencing countless generations of people, and already know the endless world like the back of their hands. But we're completely clueless about the fierce Gale world. One had to admit that the endless world was Pa's sieve everywhere right now, and virtually could not see any hope. These three people conversed here for a long time and also had a woebegone look. Old ancestors, to say who in the endless world understands the fierce Gale world best, it's none other than that tranquil cloud sect's Yi Yuan. He'd once entered deep into the fierce Gale world and even captured a sea transformation realm slave, Yin Yanhua suddenly voiced out. This boy is truly an enigmatic character. No idea which hole in a rock he jumped out from either. Oh right, speaking of this boy, has their tranquil cloud sect completed their migration already? Ning Yixian asked Guotaochuan. Guotaochuan nodded and said, 3 days ago, they already gathered in Fallen Rain City. They already sent news before coming here. Everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect will be gathering in Spirit Sealing City. Ning Yixian said with a frown, Spirit Sealing City? That seems to be the Heavenly Evil sect's territory, right? What are they going there for? This. I don't know, Guotaochuan shook his head and said. But at this time, Yin Yanhua's eyes glimmered slightly and voiced out, the Heavenly Evil sect is notorious. Burning, killing, raping, pillaging, committing all kinds of atrocities. They just happen to lack a place to settle down. Could it be? Not to that extent, right? Although the Heavenly Evil sect's strength isn't considered much in the northern domain, at any rate, they have a Soul Sea realm expert holding down the fort too. The Tranquil Cloud sect going to do battle at an opponent's home ground, I think taking down the Heavenly Evil sect wouldn't be that easy, right? This boy really makes people rather look forward to it. In this northern domain land right now, the most eye-catching is most likely this Tranquil Cloud sect group's movements, right? Since they have this intention, then let's just sit tight and watch. If they really can't, then giving them a hand is good too. That Heavenly Evil sect, I've long found them an eyesore. If not for the sake of Wufang City, I'd have long exterminated them. Speaking until the back, Ning Yixian's tone became icy cold. Evidently, he disliked this Heavenly Evil sect too. Hearing these words, Jing Xian nodded slightly, while Qin Hongtao snorted coldly. Taochuan, Yanhua, inform the various northern domains' major factions' old ancestors as soon as possible. They are all to hurry to Wufang City to meet in half a month. In addition, since the Tranquil Cloud sect has already moved north, then shut down all the transmission arrays leading to the southern domain. Sigh. This important juncture. Ning Yixian instructed. Different from the southern domain, the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the profound ice sect were not all of the northern domain's forces. These three great sects all had peak divine traversing realm old ancestors holding down the fort. So they were the strongest three great sections. Apart from this, there were still many forces with late-stage divine traversing realm holding down the fort. These factions were all the northern domain's peak forces. As for middle-stage divine traversing realm and early-stage divine traversing realm forces, there were many too. Of course, like the heavenly evil sect, small sects with only a soul sea realm martial artist holding down the fort were as many as ox and hare. This heavenly evil sect's strength was not strong. But the sect's only soul sea realm expert, Mao Yuanji, cozied up to the number 1 alchemy path faction in the northern domain through some means somehow. Hence, even though this heavenly evil sect's evil doings knew no limits, nobody dared to do anything to them either. At the heavenly evil sect's main peak, 2 silhouettes stood in the air. Who are you people? Such audacity! To actually dare barge forcefully into my heavenly evil sect's main peak. The one talking was a heavenly evil sect elder, but his round of questioning was without any confidence whatsoever. These 2 people appeared too suddenly. There was actually not a bit of news which came from the gates. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect still had the sect protecting Grand Array guarding. If enemies came to attack, how could there possibly be no reaction at all? This elder instinctively sensed that these 2 people were not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Lightly sweeping a glance down below, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "From today onwards, this world will no longer have the name Heavenly Evil Sect. This place has been taken over by us." What? What did he say? Taken over? Ah! A sea transformation realm brat uttering such wild ravings to take over our heavenly evil sect? He even said to let our heavenly evil sect's name be removed just now. Ah! Is this boy soft in the head? Yeah. Our heavenly evil sect is the Wufang city's subordinate power. Who dares to provoke us? These years, how many people wanted to take down my heavenly evil sect? Didn't each and every one of them still ended up dusty and dirty in appearance? Yi Yuan's words drew a wave of guffawing. In their viewpoint, Yi Yuan and Luo Qingfeng were here to be a joke. If 2 people could wipe out the heavenly evil sect, they would have been exterminated countless times over long ago. Moreover, these 2 people, one was first-level Soul C, one was second-level C transformation, which were also equivalent to the heavenly evil sect's sect master plus the lowest-level elder's strength. Remove their name? Being dumb, right? Right at this time, a black-robed man flew out from the main hall and came before Yi Yuan pair. "The 2 of you are guests from far away. But isn't wanting to remove my heavenly evil sect's name right after coming a bit too arrogant?" said the black-robed man coldly. Chapter 491. This black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Mao Yuanji. This black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Mao Yuanji. But the meaning in his words was some trepidation towards Luo Qingfeng. These 2 people could appear on the main peak without any signs. Presumably, they had some capabilities. "You're Mao Yuanji?" Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and asked indifferently. When Mao Yuanji saw a sea transformation realm brat being so arrogant, he was very displeased in his heart. "Humph! This is a conversation between Soul Sea realms. Since when it is your turn, a junior, to be presumptuous here?" As he said, Mao Yuanji flicked his sleeves grandly. A burst of tremendous force pushed over towards Yi Yuan, wanting to push Yi Yuan aside. He did this to firstly, demonstrate his means and let the other party know his power. Secondly, it was to probe just where Luo Qingfeng's baseline lay. Mao Yuanji completely thought that Yi Yuan would be knocked until he was muddled by the force of this flick of his and fell down from the air. Who knew that Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle? Mao Yuanji's eyes became wide as saucers, staring at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. The force of his push just now, forget about first-level C transformation, even late-stage C transformation would not dare say will not budge an inch either. This boy was abnormal. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Mao Yuanji. He said indifferently, 10 years ago you took fancy on West Ridge City's W.A.N.G. family's eldest daughter. You forcefully asked for her. The W.A.N.G. family's eldest daughter was ready to die to preserve her caste. She committed suicide and died. The result was that you vented your anger on the W.A.N.G. family, and you exterminated every last one of the W.A.N.G. family. Was there such a thing? Mao Yuanji's expression darkened. This matter naturally happened. It was not some secret in the Heavenly Evil sect either. The Heavenly Evil sect's conduct from top to bottom, when doing things, had always been based on one's own desires. Taking action to kill people at a word of disagreement was the norm. Back then, he took fancy on that W.A.N.G. family's eldest daughter and made the W.A.N.G. family send their daughter over using the name of the Heavenly Evil sect. Who knew that little girl would actually be so staunch and directly hanged herself and ended her life? In his rage, Mao Yuanji sent people to slaughter the W.A.N.G. family down to the last person. Who the hell are you? To also be worthy of me answering? Mao Yuanji said with a cold snort. Even though Yi Yuan's performance earlier made him somewhat amazed, he still thought nothing of a first-level C transformation. The way Mao Yuanji saw it, Luo Qingfeng was his formidable enemy, and Yi Yuan's speaking tone completely made light of him. This made Mao Yuanji even more infuriated. If not for dreading Luo Qingfeng's strength, Mao Yuanji would have long finished off Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not bother with Mao Yuanji and continued. He said, 7 years ago, a 9th-level C transformation called Zhang Dongyu peddled a high-ranking spirit artifact in Spirit Sealing City. After you got the news, USNATC hid the treasure and killed him. 5 years ago. 4 years ago. Yi Yuan counted each one of Mao Yuanji's wicked deeds in detail, as if he was engaging in small talk. But everyone present could sense the cold intent in Yi Yuan's words. This Mao Yuanji was simply up to the neck in crimes and misdeeds. He did not need a reason at all to murder and commit arson. Many people simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had killing intent. Furthermore, in front of Mao Yuanji, this Soul Sea Realm expert, Yi Yuan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Could it be that this boy's state of mind had some problems? All these should be done by you, right? You can choose not to answer. But I've already investigated the matters clearly. Hence, you must die today. Yi Yuan said coolly. In Yi Yuan's view, there was no big deal about martial artists killing people. The martial arts world was a world where the strong feasted on the weak in the first place. But concerning such a character who was utterly devoid of conscience like Mao Yuanji, Yi Yuan would have a killing intent that could not be restrained when he saw them. This might be related to his ident. 1. Tai as an alchemy emperor in his previous life. Of course, it also had to do with Ji Xingyang's teachings. Hence, in the previous life of Yi Yuan, he saved people in various situations. A lifetime of several hundred years. The people that Yi Yuan treated and helped simply could not be counted. Even though he came back to life again, this kind of thing in Yi Yuan's bones still had no way of being erased. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mao Yuanji laughed from extreme rage. He said, "Boy, so what if your grandpa Mao killed a few people? Messing around for so long, you're here to be chivalrous? Alright. Your grandpa Mao, I will be standing right here. You come and kill for me to see. A brat still wet behind his ears running in front of your grandpa Mao to posture, you have to see if you have that capability or not too." By now, Mao Yuanji also knew that these people came with ill intentions. This matter most likely could not be settled. But if it was just a soul sea realm, he could still handle it. This punk did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The heavenly evil sect still had quite a few high-level sea transformation realms waiting for him. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect disciples' methods were extremely bizarre, impossible to guard against. Such a young brat dared to run over here to learn how to be chivalrous from others, seemed to be really kicked in the head by a donkey. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "Whether I have the capability or not, you'll know right away. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations." Boom. Yi Yuan's aura released fully, and he broke through to 5th level C transformation very swiftly. After the fight with Daiyuhan, Yi Yuan likewise benefited a great deal and consolidated his realm very quickly. After coming to the northern domain, Yi Yuan's cultivation progress was not the slightest bit slow as well. He finally broke through to 2nd level C transformation yesterday. Battling a Soul Sea realm expert again today, Yi Yuan clearly had more assurance. Seeing Yi Yuan break through 3 minor realms instantly, Mao Yuanji's pupils involuntarily constricted. But very soon, he said with a cold laugh, "This is your reliance? Ah. You're not thinking that by bringing along a 5th level C transformation, you can wipe out my heavenly evil sect, right?" The latter half of the sentence, Mao Yuanji directed it to Luo Qingfeng. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was going to assist Yi Yuan to fight with him here. But they were wrong, right? Could it be they think that the heavenly evil sect only had him alone? However, Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Your opponent is him. As long as others don't intervene, I won't be taking action." When Luo Qingfeng's voice faded, the crowd was shocked. Are these two people morons? To let a sea transformation realm challenge a soul sea realm? Even if it was to temper juniors, there's no need to send him to death either, right? This boy is the same. He's a complete idiot. A senior made him go and challenge a soul sea realm, and he really went to challenge the person? I'm already in a mess. Ah. Too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. After the astonishment, it was a series of mockery. In these people's view, these two were purely madmen. But Mao Yuanji narrowed his eyes slightly as he said with a cold smile, "You're sure to only let him take action?" Luo Qingfeng chuckled, and his figure flashed but withdrew several hundred feet away, expressing his stance. Such a distance, if Yi Yuan was really in any danger, Luo Qingfeng simply could not rescue in time. This attitude was already very clear. He really did not care about these two people's fight. Mao Yuanji grinned hideously and said, "To think that Grandpa Mao, I am actually being belittled by a sea transformation realm brat. Ah. However, I like your ignorance. I'll let you know what is called despair." The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, raising the Tsanghua sword in his hand. A bout of terrifying power undulated out. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 492. What? That's condensed form of gathered essence? Isn't he sea transformation realm? What? That's condensed form of gathered essence? Isn't he sea transformation realm? Is this messing with me? How can sea transformation realm martial artists possibly achieve condensing form of gathered essence? No wonder this boy dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he actually already learned how to condense form of gathered essence. Seeing Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades being initiated, the heavenly evil sect disciples all burst into an uproar. Same as during incident at Breaking Dawn City, this unexpected scene made everyone draw in a cold breath. A sea transformation realm being able to achieve condensing form of gathered essence, it was truly too freakies. Plus Mao Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and he hastily employed his cultivation method to the extreme. Although Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert, He was just the lowest level existence among Soul Sea realms. He had not even grasped condensing form of gathered essence. Something that he, a Soul Sea realm, did not grasp. This sea transformation realm youth before him actually grasped it. This was too unbelievable. However, Mao Yuanji simply had no time to think so much. He could only erupt with all of his strength and crush Yi Yuan's condensed form of gathered essence using his powerful cultivation realm. Fire immolating heretic cloud. Mao Yuanji gave an explosive roar. The entire stretch of the sky seemed to be burning. The horrifying flames swept towards Yi Yuan like a fire snake, wanting to devour Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Myriad rain sword blades erupted abruptly. Although the sword blade phantoms were not large, its power was unparalleled. Those myriad sword blades actually sliced the fire snake to a disorderly mess. By the time it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it simply had not much power left already. Compared to Dai Yuhan's with cranes, immortal comes, this fire-immolating heretic cloud technique simply paled in comparison. But Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert after all. His attack still annihilated quite a number of sword blade. It was just that the 5th level sea transformation Yi Yuan was much greater in strength again compared to the last time. When one aspect was weaker, the others will be stronger. How could Mao Yuanji neutralize this attack fully? There was still a large portion of the sword blades that penetrated Mao Yuanji's attack, stabbing directly on Mao Yuanji's body. Arg! Mao Yuanji's protective essence energy could not withstand a single blow at all under the condensed sword blades of gathered essence. He was being stabbed full of holes like a wasp nest in an instant. After the tragic cry, Mao Yuanji's corpse dropped down from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Killed in one blow. The heavenly evil sect disciples had yet to understand what was going on, and Yi Yuan already killed Mao Yuanji. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Sect Master, he was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Sect Master, he actually lost for real. We were still ridiculing the two of them for being fools just now. To think that they actually really had the strength to crush the heavenly evil sect. This boy is truly too terrifying. A sea transformation realm could actually unleash such a horrifying attack. It could even cut down a Soul Sea realm expert. He's not going to kill all of us, right? The heavenly evil sect disciples still did not dare to believe it until now. The Lord Sect Master, who was ever victorious in their eyes, was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat that popped out from God knows where. By the time they understood it, their first reaction was boundless fear. Like the saying, a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Mao Yuanji, this person was not some good person. How could these people, be any better? After the one move finished casting, Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. But compared to that time with Dai Yuhan, it was quite a lot better. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng felt overcome by a vicissitude of emotions too. After arriving at the northern domain, hearing Tian Yu, they all mention that Yi Yuan actually defeated a Soul Sea realm expert in Breaking Dawn City. They were shocked until their eyes nearly fell out. Only after seeing Yi Yuan slew a Soul Sea realm expert by condensing form of gathered essence with his own eyes today, did Luo Qingfeng truly witness Yi Yuan's strength. In combat power, Yi Yuan already said him, this tranquil cloud sect master. Which was also to say that the second-level sea transformation Yi Yuan was already the tranquil cloud sect's most powerful existence. Although Luo Qingfeng was not an ordinary first-level Soul Sea 2, he had yet to grasp condensing form of gathered essence as well. Even though he speculated that he could defeat this Mao Yuanji, he absolutely could not achieve a kill so clean and neat like Yi Yuan. He came today only for the sake of cheering Yi Yuan on and to awe the rest of the heavenly evil sect a little. Young hero, spare us. Those things were all Mao Yuanji instigated us to do. We couldn't help ourselves too. Yeah. It was all Mao Yuanji. We had no choice but to do as compelled to. Young hero, spare us. Now, it was only to hear thudding sounds echoing everywhere. Those heavenly evil sect disciples with things to hide all kneeled down, begging Yi Yuan to let them go. The wailing sounds joined together. These people saw that Mao Yuanji died. They just pushed all of the wrongdoings to him altogether, condemning in speech and writing for a time, Gus. I+ing until Mao Yuanji, this dead person wasn't worth a cent, Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Heh, what a fine, could not help being forced. Rest as assured, as long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't pursue it. But those fiendish monsters who perpetrate every conceivable crime, better end yourselves early. Or else, there will be suffering. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, some people shuddered all over. There will be suffering. These 4 words was like a sharp sword, stabbing into their hearts all at once. That taste of being unable to pray for life nor beg for death, they had made others experience it in the past. Now, was it going to be their turn? Who cares? As long as they insisted that they did not do misdeeds before, could it be that he could even search souls one by one? Yi Yuan seemed to know what these people were thinking of and said with a cold smile, "Don't think about telling lies to deceive me. It's useless." As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills and said, "These are truth pills. After eating whatever I ask you, you will say it. Therefore, better give up on this." Many heavenly evil sect disciples' faces all changed. There was still such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world? When they heard this kind of effect, most people's faces all had disbelief. But there were ultimately still people who could not resist Yi Yuan's pressure and exploded. Everybody quickly run. It's death either way. One being able to escape counts as one. I don't believe that he can kill all of us. A sea transformation realm elder cried out. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. What he wanted was this kind of situation. Interrogating one by one was so bothersome. This saved a great deal of trouble. Seeing those recklessly fleeing figures, flower petals swiftly formed in the air. Arg! 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 Miserable cries linked up together. Each and every one of the heavenly evil sect disciples either fell from the air or were directly killed on the ground. The 1,000 flowing petals were like a bunch of sickles, easily reaping these martial artists' lives. These people were all people who deserved to be killed. After several dozen breaths, the heavenly evil sect's main peak suddenly quietened down. There were already not many people left. As long as they stood still without moving, none of them died. All right. From today onwards, the heavenly evil sect's name will be expunged from the northern domain. And this place will serve as my tranquil cloud sect's stronghold. I still have that sentence. As long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't do anything to you. So much so that if you all didn't join in their vile deeds, the tranquil cloud sect can even take you all in. Yi Yuan said coolly.